I would just like to introduce Dr. Gandhi. I've known him for maybe 20 years. He is the soul of India's peace intellectuals and has a very important role in
microphone
and elsewhere for the Anuvibha movement. So it's a great honor that you're here to start our conversation. But we want to
yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, when you speak louder, we can hear you fine.
Oh, okay. I will make it a point to speak louder.
Thank you. Right, so do go for it. Tell us what you've been doing for peace and what more can we do? Look at what's happening in Ukraine and Yemen and elsewhere. What are we doing? What are we not doing enough of?
Should I start? Hello, should I start right now?
Yes, please. Yes, start your talk now. Yes.
Yes. Dear Dr. Thomas Daffran and other learned panelists, I am so happy to be with you all this night, and would be very happy to share my views with you. I will try to speak a bit louder in order to make me heard. And if I become very slow, I would request Dr. Thomas Daffran to remind me that my speech is so slow and it is not being heard properly. You would also have special consideration for an old man like me who has already completed 87 years of life. So you have to be considerate towards me. I have tremendous enthusiasm for peace and non-violence, but physically I'm a bit weak. So maybe sometimes I'm not able to make myself audible to you. I am so fascinated by the themes of discussion that Dr. Thomas Daffran has chosen. My view of Russia-Ukraine war is slightly different. What I mean to say here is that the world is on the brink of the Third World War, and there is a potential threat of nuclear holocaust. The war between Russia and Ukraine has already completed 4 months today, and no one has won. Yet thousands of innocent people have been killed for no fault of theirs. It could have been avoided if one of the two leaders had bowed for the sake of saving innocent lives. I would hold NATO and the Western political leaders responsible for this catastrophe. Soon after the Cold War ended, NATO agreed to dissolve the military treaty. They also made Russia a member of G7, which was renamed as G8. The world heaved a sigh of relief, and the peace lovers all over the world rejoiced at this unprecedented positive moment. They hoped that now war would be a thing of the past. Billions of dollars being spent on weapons would be diverted to eliminating poverty. But this hope was soon delayed when NATO retracted and started expanding it instead of dissolving it. It was natural for Russia to be indignant and hostile. It saw a clear design in the Western strategy to militarily surround it. It was proved beyond doubt that NATO started making erstwhile Soviet republics as its members. This Western initiative added fuel to the fire, and Russia annexed Crimea from Ukraine. It was a warning to Ukraine not to fall into the trap of the Westerners. But the president of Ukraine didn't stop here. He applied for a membership of NATO. Russia, which lost its G8 seat, saw the threat of being surrounded by NATO. So it first negotiated for 3 years not to go to war and just find a solution. It tried to persuade Zelensky not to apply for the membership of NATO. But Mr. President of Ukraine was ambitious enough and was certainly an ally of the Western countries, and therefore he didn't listen to. As a result, now we see that the war has been raging for the last 4 months and thousands of innocent people have been killed. So this is something most unfortunate. I view the background of the war from a different way. Maybe many speakers might not agree with me, but I say the initiative for this war was taken by the Western countries. If they had listened to Russia to dissolve the NATO, because the purpose of NATO was definitely completed, since there was the Cold War had completely ended. But I think the Western leaders, particularly the Americans or an American president, I would even include most Americans who also thirst for war. So for such warmongers, we do not have any solution. Merely participating in a virtual meeting, discussing all these aspects would mean nothing. We have been organizing peace conferences for the last 30 years. But not only we, many other organizations all over the world are organizing peace conferences. I myself have participated in dozens of such conferences. But what makes people feel sad is that these conferences generally do not have the desired impact. Anuvibha has a different approach to peace. In the Western view, approach to peace is education, taking out rallies, and more mob violence in the streets. All these are supposed to persuade the world leaders to come to an agreement and not to shed bloodshed of the poor people anymore. But court
seems to have frozen. Well, I think we could all hear his points, and there's going to be time for a few questions. Each of our speakers has half an hour. Dr. Gandhi's had 20 minutes so far, so can you get questions ready for
I think I'm connected now.
Okay.
Can I hear you? Can you hear me?
You have 10 more minutes, and you can use that for questions and hear what other people say, give you some feedback, or you can talk for the next 10 minutes. It's up to you.
I can speak for the next 10 minutes to highlight the activities of Anuvibha towards peace.
Okay, so carry on, and then there won't be time for questions. That's fine.
Yes, yes. So I would just like how we at Anuvibha think of wars and ending wars. You see, So I just wanted to quote the last line of Seville statement. That was that Seville statement was organized by UNESCO, and thousands of scientists and other peace lovers, socialists, social thinkers, scientists, anthropologists, sociologists, they all assembled together at Seville to find out whether violence in the human mind is biologically constructed, or man is not biologically violent. Now, this question was dealt with by these scientists for days together, and a statement was issued, which is known as Seville Statement. The statement concludes, just as wars begin in the minds of man, peace also begins in our mind. The same species who invented war is capable of inventing peace. The responsibility lies with each of us. Now, Acharya Tulsi and Acharya Mahapragya, the Anushastra of Untitled Global Organization, Anuvibha, were very impressed by the conclusion of the Seville statement, and they wanted Anuvrat workers to work towards peace. Yes, in the light of all these developments. So we started three-dimensional program. One, holding international conferences on peace and non-violent action. The other, non-violence training. So far, Anuvibha has organized 10 international conferences on peace and non-violent action, and we have many beautiful declarations, mostly drafted by Dr. Thomas Dafran, and Dr. Thomas Dafran has also compiled them and has done a great service to the peace lovers by presenting 4 volumes of declaration, including the declarations he had drafted at the Anuvibha International Conferences on Peace and Non-Violent Action. So then, in addition to that, we organized periodical non-violence training camps. The objective is that the seeds of war generally sprout in the human mind, and so this can be eliminated, eradicated only by exposing children to an ambience of non-violence. So we put them together at one particular place, and throughout the day we have such activities which definitely go a long way in cleansing their minds of the seeds of war that might have entered their minds while reading newspapers or watching visuals on TV and all that. So we have children's peace village at Rasaman, where right from morning till evening, children from various schools come and they receive non-violence training. So this is the most significant work being done by Untitled Global Organization to create peace awareness among children and among teachers particularly, who have the responsibility to train young people in such a manner that they grow up to be responsible citizens and thus can contribute to a better world than to a world full of strife. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. This is enough that I have said. And since Dr. Dafran says that there is no time left for me now, so unfortunately we cannot have any question section now. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Time for a couple, because you've ended a bit before. So I just have one just to say a comment really about your opening remarks about the West and NATO are to blame for the Ukraine war. I mean, I'll be giving a talk later presenting a slightly different point of view. I respect your position on that. I don't think it's factually, a complete explanation. It's stretched the problem for the peace movement here in Europe because, we're very frustrated with NATO. And at the end of the Cold War, we all wanted peace. We wanted NATO to disband. But on the other hand, we have to accept that Russia has done something illegal against international law and is the aggressor. And it's we can't blame it on NATO. I mean, it's Russia invaded Ukraine. So there are some facts that need addressing in the course of this conference. And really, it's about the limits of nonviolence. I mean, if you had been appointed head of nonviolence for Ukraine by Zelensky, you and 500 Jain peace activists, what would you do against Putin's tanks? You wouldn't have fired back. What would you have done, Dr. Gandhi? Could it work if you tried a nonviolent strategy?
Just as I said, that we go to the root, you see. I do not think the unworked workers can afford to go to a place where conflict is already there. And there is people are bent upon killing one another. In such a situation, I do not think unworked workers or any peace lover, or particularly those who love non-violence, they can do anything. We can, of course, contribute a lot towards the prevention of war. So prevention is better than a cure. So we, instead of stockpiling arms first, and then asking people to go to streets for disarmament, this is not our policy. Our policy is that arms should not at all be stockpiled by any country. The ideal is that every country has only police and no army. That is the ideal. So we at Anuvibha would definitely denounce Putin for actually starting the war. But I just dwelled upon the background situation. Europe is no less responsible for this conflict, because Europe has, instead of asking Zelensky to relent, more and more arms are pouring into Ukraine. So thousands of people are being killed.
Sure. No, I thank you for your comments. That's brilliant. I think Dr. Sean English has a question for you, and then we'll move on to our next speaker.
Dr. Thomas,
yeah,
I think you should follow systematically. This is not a meeting of 30th every month. There are certain list of the speakers are there. To start with, as a host, we should brief the participants about the summit, its theme, and its organization. Then you go on requesting the speakers to speak, but you are not following that. First you said you introduce everybody. That is gone. Only Dr. Gandhi has introduced. Myself is introduced. Others were not introduced. See, let us go in a systematic manner. It's not general.
Thank you very much, Dr. Swaminathan. I understand what you're
saying. I support Dr. Swaminathan. I support him.
Yes.
Let us have some courage to organize a delegation and meet these two leaders. Persuade them. This is the best way. So.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I think, Sean, there won't be time for your question. Maybe you can raise it when it's your turn. So, Dr. Swaminathan, could you introduce our next speaker, please? Ian Fry. You've known him for years. I'm sure you can say a few words about him.
You have already jumped to the sessions. In the initial inauguration, it was not there.
We don't
you already jumped to the session.
Sorry, we don't have time for everyone to introduce themselves. That would take half an hour. It's not on the program. The program is speakers introduce themselves as they give their talk. And it's your turn to introduce Dr. Ian Fry, please. Well, okay, so I don't know, Dr. Swaminathan seems to have had a technical problem. Can I introduce Ian in that case? Ian Fry is joining us from Australia, and it's late at night, that's why he's speaking early. And on the second in the panel, Ian Fry is, I don't know if there was an age contest between Dr. Gandhi and Ian Fry, who would win? I'm not going to. But I think you're both very, senior and learned people in the peace community. It's a great honor to have Ian to follow Dr. Gandhi. Ian has been involved with interfaith peace research. He's been a Christian minister and he's a theologian with a PhD from the University of Melbourne in Australia. And he's joining us from Melbourne to talk about the role of religious conflict as a factor in world affairs, and how the World Intellectual Forum and other bodies, interfaith bodies, can intervene in conflict that has a religious dimension. And the Ukraine war has a religious dimension, there's no denying that. So Ian, do please unmute and share your thoughts with us.
Good evening, Dr. Swaminathan, Dr. Thomas Daffin, and friends. He beat me by 17 days in age.
Okay, so you're the same year.
Same, yes, we're both 87. Now, I doubt that there's any need for me to tell you this gathering that the world is being torn apart by religion-related wars. However, there are still a few people in Western culture who insist that religion has nothing to do with the current series of crises, global or otherwise, and that they're all about politics and power, and that the institutions of religion should be left well alone. Well, he's half right, of course, in saying that, but only half right. The meshing of religion, politics, and power have been so obvious throughout the past 4,000 years that intervention cannot be deferred. And this paper and the resolution to be considered by WIF on Thursday at the AGM call for collaboration in research to encourage a review of some teachings, policies, and practices of the institutions of religion in due course. The need for a prompt start by establishing an independent global faiths research group has become apparent because of the intransigence of parties to the ongoing crises in the Middle East and the realisation that Western reflection on theological, social and educational issues is often inhibited by the lack of perspective on events and relationships outside of Europe. There's been a rolling series of events in Israel over a period of 120 years, progressing from the establishment of the World Zionist movement in 1892. They include the Balfour Declaration in 1917, the Shoah in 1942, the Declaration of the State of Israel in 1948, the Suez Crisis of 1956, the Yom Kippur War in 1973, the Gulf War of 91, and then the 9/11 in 2001. The current complex of global crises, including confrontation between Iran and Israel, the Russia-Ukraine war, the encircling of China over the future of Taiwan, the European Brexit crisis, and the ongoing crises in Kashmir, Afghanistan, and Sri Lanka all relate directly to the self-understanding and actions of communities of the three Abrahamic faiths, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. However, unfortunately, they also affect all world faiths, and so all world faiths must be involved in the work of the Global Research Centre, otherwise we won't get anywhere. The Middle East is expected to remain in a state of flux for an extended period, so we and our associates can expect to need information to be gathered by the research group to prepare files on many religions or places of religion that are new to either them or to us, leaders within their academias, religious and legal facts, community welfare or education systems, and the hierarchy of each religious community. They can get help from the IGFRG to assess factors in their self-understanding that should be reviewed, amended, or deleted. That might, in turn, reduce tension and conflict and achieve greater communal harmony and cohesion in matters affect the churches and relationships between them in following three big events: the Reformation, the establishment of the State of Israel, and the Second Vatican Council, all of which caused complications for other religions around the world. The core of the region's crisis at the moment is the broken relationship between communities of Muslims, Jews, and Christians, because most of the resident Palestinians, Muslims, and Christians are impounded behind huge separation walls with very restricted movement rights, and Israel refuses to agree to UN-sponsored rights. Well, is there an ultimate aim in trying to establish a global religious research group? Yes. To initiate and provide for a grand, all-encompassing reformation to bring the world to its corporate senses altogether in time to avoid unspeakable environmental, industrial, and socio-economic catastrophe. That is no mean task, but the extent of questioning and rejection of some of the major tenets of all three Abrahamic faiths by significant sections of their own communities, and the outright rejection of the Christian Church by a substantial proportion of its current parenting generation and younger people in the education streams demonstrates the urgent need for global reform. In the current situation, none of the primary Abrahamic communities can claim to have acted responsibly on their obligations, but they must each admit that by their conduct they have actively contributed to the chronic and deepening crises that the world faces. They all share responsibility for the imbalance of current systems of governance, legalistic interpretations, capital funding controls, trade and resource exploitation that now endanger not only the stability of the environment, but human interests as such. Clearly, they must all modify their policies and conduct that are driving the development of two competing power blocks that can be characterised as the white Western Christian bloc, WWCB, and the world majority peoples, WMP, in which the focus is on China. The whole of the WMP, the world majority peoples group, is coalescing around China. The resulting shift in authority from the Western world to the non-Western world that will be redressed progressively. Although at this stage the imbalance continues to favour the Western group to the disadvantage of the non-West, the pendulum is swinging as the process encourages the 134 member countries of the group of 77 to coalesce as a bloc around China and an amalgam of four major issues. Those four issues are all intimately related to the covenantal responsibilities that the three Abrahamic faith communities admit to, but are openly disregarding, and are affecting people of all global faiths and philosophical persuasions. They are, firstly, the urgent need for reformation in global governance to correct the imbalance between the two groups. Second, the need for planning and cooperation in global development. Third, the Western world's reluctance to act responsibly on climate change. And fourth, the need for resolution to the crises in the Middle East. That complex of 4 points is placing great strain on authority relationships between the two blocs. The inevitable inversion of authority, accompanied by declining socio-economic privilege and stability in the West, indicates that a high degree of trauma is likely to be experienced by all parties affected as the change progresses. The changing circumstances are already providing opportunities for authorities and people of the non-West to press for initiatives that will correct the imbalances and that have been carried forward from the European colonial era. These opportunities include a reformation in religious understanding and the identification of distorted beliefs, interpretation, policies, and conduct that brought on the oppression, exploitation, and subjugation of peoples and has inhibited their progress relative to the Western world. However, the practical arrangements encouraged by these strains and opportunities are combining to strengthen the negotiating position of the group of 77, which is in fact now a group of 134. China still regards itself as a unit of the global South, and although it is not formally a member of the group of 77, it provides administrative backbone, prepares and issues their papers jointly, signs its statements, and coordinates their joint push for a new international economic order. Signatories to its One Belt, One Road initiative now total 146. There is a heavy overlap in the operations of that One Belt, One Road initiative. The Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which has 91 subscribing countries, the BRICS Group, and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. The strengthening position of the non-West on that basis has the USA and its main Western ally partners worried about the loss of offshore defence alliances and virtually open door access to resources, which they will lose progressively. Truth commissions that have been conducted are only the tip of the iceberg, and refusal by the USA and Western powers to acknowledge the pattern of change and to do all in their power to suppress or reverse it, including establishing the Quad Group and AUKUS and reducing aid to global South countries, is aggravating the situation. Accelerating the coalescence around China and demonstrating to those who think about such things that the Western world is not in the least interested in covenantal obligations to assist its neighbours. On that matter, acceptance of change and new relationships might be equally difficult for Christians, Jews and Muslims to grasp because their self-understandings are each based on their belief that they were called and are obligated by divine covenant to fulfill specific tasks for which they believe they've been granted special authority. Whether they do hold such authority might be purely a matter of their own interpretation, and to acknowledge that they are equally subject to covenantal obligations, judgment, and retribution for failure to fulfill their obligations may become a focus for discussion as research progresses. It is therefore a matter of immense concern that when leaders of one or another of the Abrahamic faiths set out to encourage people of their partner faiths to meet and work together for the common good and communal harmony, whether using their customary mode of worship or a variation that they're all comfortable with, they have frequently been subjected to scurrilous attacks and efforts to destroy their organisations, often from within. That has been especially the case with the United Religions Initiative, which has come under intense pressure at times for non-Christian in its conduct. It is apparent from a systematic study of human history that prior to the institutionalizing of religion and its integration with political authority, religion was not a focal point or the initiating influence in intercommunal conflict. That pattern began to change during the middle centuries of the third millennium BCE, when the human population of agricultural areas from northern Africa to the east of the Mediterranean, through Mesopotamia, between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, and encompassing Persia, Turkestan, and Afghanistan, increased steadily. With that change and the pining for an understanding of the origins of the lived environment and whether there was a paramount or divine being or a power behind it all, increased. A dependence for guidance and leadership on people who demonstrated or claimed a superior understanding of climatic and seasonal changes and their influence on water supplies, the success or failure of crops, and the frequency and severity of human or other diseases then developed. Leadership became a function of shaman totems and the priestly class in parallel with recognised community leaders and the regional kings who wanted to exercise power in collaboration with or assuming the power of the priestly class. It was a short step to the concept of divine kingship, but also to the carnage of brutal wars in the region and the need for codes of conduct to live by formulated largely within the Mesopotamia and fertile riverlands of Arcadia that encompassed the Tigris and Euphrates complex from the Black Sea to the Persian Gulf. That was the background to the life and times of the figure Abraham, whose family became the foundation of the Jewish nation and its religion. As the first person to be acknowledged as receiving a message or call or command directly from the divine creator being, he's regarded as their patriarch by the people of the three Abrahamic streams and the myriad of monotheistic religions that have been spawned by them. They've become known as the Western religions and have come to worship the divinity by a series of names, variously Yahweh, God, or Allah, while some communities refuse to verbalize the name for the divine at all. This stream has come to dominate global affairs since the rise of the European colonial era that I referred to in the mid-15th century. And in 2022, it accounts for 56% of the global population, comprised of Christians 31%, Muslims 25%, and Jews 1/5 of 1%. Abraham responded to what he accepted as a covenant imposed by Yahweh with the obligation that he and his dependents and communities that formed around them must conduct themselves in all matters, especially relating to their neighbours, in a manner that was acceptable to Yahweh, so that they would be seen as exemplars of divine will. That pattern of conduct was to encourage and ensure that all humanity could live in harmony with its well-being and harmony assured. It was made perfectly clear that the benefits and obligations of a covenant applied to both the community and its individual members equally. The growing communities accepted that covenantal obligation in principle for some time, but the demands that it made were difficult to keep in focus. They experienced periods of highs and lows. Their focus shifted and they established an earthly Jewish kingdom. That led to their entry into the long-standing pattern of competition for power and territory, and in due course, the kingdom broke one of the fundamental obligations of the Abrahamic Mosaic covenants. The males of neighbouring communities over which the kingdom was victorious were circumcised en masse. That breach of obligation contributed to the fragmentation of the community. Some groups set out to restore or renew its faith, while others went into isolation to establish new systems of authority and worship. That situation led to the establishment of the Christian Church based on the life, crucifixion, and illuminated teachings of Teresa of Nazareth, who had responded to another divine call to lead reform of Judaism. However, the Church formulated its own interpretation of divine covenant, claimed to be the successor to Judaism, and to be led by a person who is to be recognised as the sole representative of the divine on earth, with authority in all matters, and set out to denigrate and suppress its predecessor. Thus, it too failed to honour its fundamental obligations and was found wanting. Subsequently, the Prophet Muhammad responded to yet another divine command to bring the Jewish and Christian communities together in reform. When they both rejected his call and his status as a prophet, Islam was established. And thus the world had three competing Abrahamic faiths, each subject to a community-specific divine covenant, which included that absolute obligation to conduct themselves in their relations with their neighbours as partners and exemplars of divine will in such a manner that all humanity would be enabled to understand divine will and their relationship with the divine. If they did so, they would be able to live together, sharing resources, respecting and securing their lived environment, and enjoying peace, security, and harmony for whatever may be the term of human existence, from the time that they would inevitably be confronted by the cliff face of exponential population explosion. In the meantime, their exile in Babylon and prior to the breakup of Judaism into three Abrahamic faiths, the Hebrews had learned from Mesopotamian shaman mythical stories about great floods in the Tigris-Euphrates River 1,500 years earlier. And it was among their early exposure, the Hebrews' early exposure to the axial age religious phenomena that became very important. Their contact with priests of Zoroastrianism also had an immense impact. And the Hebrew scholars synchronized some of both of these facts into the early stages of the Hebrew Torah, the first with devastating consequences the second, enabling a critical advance in their theological understanding.
Ian, say we have 5 minutes left.
Yep,
if you
thanks.
pause and let a question or two, you've got 5 minutes left, or you can talk the whole time. It's up to you.
Well, do people want to ask questions, or shall I continue?
Well, I tell you what, if there's a question on anyone's mind, put your hand up in the, your electronic hat, the electronic hand. Ian's been talking, some very deep stuff, actually.
Okay. Well, we'll
carry on, and if we see a hand, we'll take the question.
Okay. Well, I haven't seen any hand. Have you?
No. Carry on, Ian.
Well, I'll jump. But I was going to deal with the way in which adoption of the shaman myths caused problems by defining the creation dates as a few thousand years, which became adopted by all three of the faiths and caused enormous problems in due course when science overturned it all and showed the universe to be 14 billion years old and not 4,000. And Zoroaster's teachings about his understanding of God, Ahura Mazda, productively influenced the Hebrew thinking and the production of the New Testament by confirming that God was one and that the Hebrews could no longer accept that other peoples might have inferior gods. So,
I have a question, Ian.
Yep.
Listening to you talk, it sounds to me like you have a love-hate relationship with the Abrahamic faiths. You've done a lot of thinking, you were a Christian minister, you're within that tradition, but you're also very self-critical. And I just want to point out, when I did my studies of research in comparative world religions for as long as 30 years or whatever, I couldn't work out why the Abrahamic tradition was so important. Why did this one priest, this one guy, who actually was a pagan, Abraham was a pagan, why did he have such an impact on history? And then it hit me with a ton of bricks. I read some biblical stuff, commentaries. Abraham stands for the symbolic abolishment of human sacrifice. The fact that he doesn't kill his son, Isaac, that God stops him at the last minute in 1700 BC, which is when it happened, is the symbolic moment when the religions of the world stopped doing human sacrifice. And the Abrahamic faiths that you talk about, Christians, Muslims, and Jews, none of them do human sacrifice. It's absolutely verboten. It's the one thing they don't do. Whereas all the other faiths of mankind, and I've studied this in detail, at some point did human sacrifice and carried on doing it until fairly recent times. I'm just saying that, to me, that I understood what these three Abrahamic faiths were all about. You didn't mention that. And I just think we shouldn't be too hard on these Abrahamic faiths. I think we've got to accept that that was a progress. They've got lots of other things wrong and they need reforming. I don't doubt that. But that thing, I think, is a good thing. Anyway, would you like to comment?
No, I think I disagree with you on the question of the human slaughter being ended by that one action by Abraham. It's far more complicated than that, but there's no time now to go into that. I was going to pursue it a little bit, but that will have to wait until later. I am not giving up on my efforts to make the three Abrahamic faiths come to an understanding of their obligations which they have thrown out the door in so many ways, especially the church by the initiation of the colonial era and everything that's gone with that. They have a great deal to respond to. And of course they have, if you go on to the full explanation of the concept of divine covenant, which, as you know, I include in the paper, then you will see that retribution in response to failed obligations is just as important as the concept of benefit for obeying the covenantal obligations. Anyway.
No, thank you very much. I think everyone will agree that was a very interesting and dense talk. What we can do is this will be recorded, we can listen to it in our own time and then write comments. You can address questions to Ian later on. As to Dr. Gandhi, we need to move on now. We've got a speech from an American, Priscilla Prutzman, who represents to me the best aspects of the American peace movement. She's been working for many years in America to try and tame the American genius for violence. So Priscilla, tell us what you've been doing and tell us what the solution is to the problems of shootings, racism and so on in your country and indeed around the world.
Well, thank you very much, Thomas. And thank you, Dr. Gandhi and Dr. Fry, for your presentations as well. I, of course, met Thomas and Dr. Gandhi and Dr. Fry and Jeremy, hello, Jeremy, at the conference in New Delhi, the Jain conference. And it was, been to several of the conferences in India, and out of that came our International Restorative Circle, which has been meeting monthly, and several on this call, including Susan and Shreya and Jeremy and Dr. Fry have been on these calls. So yes, I'm honored to speak here. Yes, I'm going to be speaking from an American perspective. We certainly have a lot of violence to talk about in our country, and it's gotten actually quite bad lately. We literally have shootings every day here, and it's people are starting to become numb to the shootings. But I did want to start out with a land acknowledgement. A land acknowledgement is something we've been doing in our restorative practices now for a long time. And it's basically acknowledging the Native American and African American contributions to the United States. So I'll start by by reading this land acknowledgement, which I've been reading to a group with the New York City Board of Education that has its office right under the Brooklyn Bridge. So we start all of our sessions with this land acknowledgement. We'd like to acknowledge that we gather as guests on the traditional territory of the Munsee Lenape people, the original stewards of this land, from which most were removed unjustly. We pay our respects to the elders past, present, and future. Let us acknowledge that the restorative practices come from Indigenous people. We thank the people on whose land we gather and are mindful that this stolen native land was built up by stolen labor of enslaved Africans. Let us thank Native Americans and African Americans for sharing their cultures and practices with us, despite the havoc that European settlers wreaked on their societies. Let us make an effort to understand societies before European contact and how those impacted life today. Let us be mindful of the ongoing impacts of colonization and slavery. We are mindful of broken covenants and the need to make right with all of our relations. Let us commit to ending injustice and restoring balance to Mother Earth. So this is, even though I'm speaking about where I am right now, which is just north of New York City. Anybody who wants to look at, in the United States anyway, an indigenous land document, you can find out the native people by just Googling land acknowledgements. So, yeah, I also feel, and we've been doing a lot of work within the restorative justice and restorative practice model, a lot of work on the racism of the United States. And globally too, but I'm going to be speaking, of course, predominantly from the United States. That I want to acknowledge that this is the first time a very important holiday called Juneteenth. This is actually a national holiday in the United States right now for the first time. It was adapted in 2021. And this is actually the first time it's being celebrated. And Juneteenth is the date that slavery in the United States officially ended. But the people in Texas did not hear of that Emancipation Proclamation until 2 years after it was actually originally announced. So African Americans and their allies have been celebrating for many years this holiday, acknowledging the end of slavery, but now it is a national holiday. So everywhere we look, there are events going on, acknowledging the holiday, celebrating, and it's a joyful experience actually. And at the same time, the racism that continues in the United States continues everywhere. And a lot of the shootings that happen are based on some form of bias, whether it's racism or homophobia or anti-Semitism. And those three areas are actually the bulk of the hate crimes that are happening in the United States. The first being the bulk of the hate crimes are done toward younger African-American males. The statistics are alarming. Out of like 12,000 hate crimes that happen in the United States, 6,000 of them are directed against younger African-American males. And a much smaller number of bias against anti-Semitism it happens. These hate crimes are largely property. They aren't quite as violent as the hate crimes against African-American people. And the third largest hate crime in the United States is related to homophobia, bias against LGBTQ people. And by far the largest number of people there are gay men. And it happens to be one of the most violent of the types of hate crime. It's, gay bashing is usually the method of that kind of hate crime. So in terms of the shootings that are going on, well, guns are absolutely a part of this. The availability of guns. There are actually more guns than there are people in the United States, which is kind of incomprehensible. In some parts of the United States, people drive around with shotguns in their trucks, and it's just a way of life that not so much in urban areas where that it's not okay to drive around with a gun. But while there obviously guns are a problem, if we took away all the guns, there probably would be fewer shootings. But there's another underlying important issue, and which is obviously very complicated. But the United States is really based on pluralism. The United States is a nation of immigrants. Cultures and groups that come here often feel that they're the best culture, or they're going to make their culture really work, or they might say, well, they're giving up our culture, now we're American. But the underlying philosophy of the United States really is individualism and competition and capitalism. And these three areas, lend themselves to this belief that if people succeed, certainly going back to the Calvinist religion, where you have the thought that if you become wealthy, then somehow you're, in the eyes of God, a great person. So that this underlying philosophy, if you succeed and you have money, then you're better than other people. And the issue of power, power over people is such a pervasive issue right now, and people we're trying to understand what is going on with the people who are shooting, like the Buffalo shooting that happened. It focused on killing African American people, and a lot of these shootings are targeted toward specific groups as an anger. And a lot of people are saying, well, it's a mental illness, but it's not really a mental illness. It's really, I mean, obviously some of the people who would do this kind of thing have problems, but their problem is often that they are left out of society, that they're seen as lesser than, and they're afraid some other group is going to be seen as better than them. So when we look at what's the underlying issue, it's often alienation. So this is where restorative practices come in and are really, really an important part of if there is a solution, that if people are going to feel like they are part of something important and they are accepted, they're much less likely to resort to violence. And restorative practices theory really says we're all equal. We meet in a circle. In a circle, there's nobody who is better than anybody else. There might be a circle keeper, but the circle keeper is an equal member of the circle. So equality is really, really important. The underlying theory that we all have something positive to offer is crucial to restorative circles. We can solve problems together because we can work together. The Native American idea of putting the problem in the center of the circle and looking at the problem, not at the people who caused it, or not at blaming. So that's another aspect of a restorative circle. So the people that are doing the shootings are often loners and outcasts, and what they often want is to be part of something. So a restorative practice and discipline really actually moves from the punitive to the restorative. So for instance, I do a lot of work in schools, mostly in schools. So in schools, if a punitive approach would be thinking that the rules are broken, whereas a restorative approach would be people and relationships are harmed, okay? In a punitive philosophy, justice focuses on establishing guilt, whereas in restorative practices, justice identifies needs and responsibility. In restorative practices, accountability equals punishment. That's another thing when you look at the statistics of the number of people of color in prisons in the United States, it's just astounding. The figures vary, but like 60 to 70% of the people inside prisons and jails are people of color. So okay. In a restorative model, accountability equals understanding impact and repairing harm. In a punitive approach, justice is directed at the offender and the victim is ignored. Whereas in a restorative approach, all the stakeholders, the offender, the victim, the parent, the school, all have a part in the justice system. So it's moving from an I to a we. And when we look at what we need to have a restorative circle, we ask the following checklist for circles. Is there a circle that everyone's in? So in a restorative circle, you wouldn't have observers on the outside of the circle. You would invite everybody into the circle. We have a centerpiece where the centerpiece holds the value cards that we might be working on, and it might hold the talking pieces. We pass a talking piece around, and usually one of the community agreements is that only the person with the talking piece speaks. Eventually, we ask all the participants to bring their own talking pieces, and then you can change talking pieces during the circle. We usually try to have a mindfulness moment, which could be a yoga relaxation type thing, or it could be a reading, or it could be just silence. In creative response to conflict, our organization, we usually have an agenda and ask for agreement of the agenda, which is somewhat different from some types of restorative practices. We usually try to have fun at some point, although some of the topics in a circle can be quite heavy. And but if we're just having a getting together circle, we do try to have a what we call a light and lively fun activity. We also try to, instead of calling our agreements rules, sometimes the term ground rules is used, but we try to frame that in a positive language as in community agreements, so that everybody is agreeing to something rather than having a negative rule. So we ask to look at the value cards. Are they visible? Is the talking piece respected? Are people talking in equal amounts? We used to use the term step up and step back, meaning step up if you haven't spoken for a while and step back if you have spoken a lot. But now we use the term flow in and flow out, acknowledging that some people may not be able to step up or step because of a physical disability. The circle keeper does participate and go around and often models a response to it in the beginning. The circle keeper invites participation. It's okay to pass in any of the go around questions. And thanking everybody for participation is important. And there should be also a spirit of agreeing to disagree. Oftentimes in our circles, we're talking about value conflicts. So a conflict resolution solution to a value conflict is often agreeing to disagree. And is the circle judgment free? So those are some questions that we try to ask as we're experiencing more and more circles. So back to the idea of the violence in the United States, the guns. I do feel more and more that restorative circles are a way of bringing people together to dealing with the split. I mean, on January 6th, the United States almost lost its democracy. There was a coup. It basically was a reflection of a civil war that never really got resolved in the United States. The Civil War is really still going on. And so it feels to me, as a person concerned with nonviolence, concerned with young people and processes that can bring us together, that is the need that we need to do. We need to bring together people. We need to look for our common traits, and we need to hear each other and work on the solution together. We need to realize that we are all in this together. I mean, and I'm speaking mostly from an American perspective, but globally, we're all in this together as well. We need to show people that they have much to gain by experiencing their full humanity. And white people in the United States often become afraid of really embracing people of color in their full lives. And once people do that, people realize the humanity that they have been missing in their lives for many years. So that's mostly what I wanted to talk about so far. Does anyone have any questions or comments? I know that I guess Shreya is going to be speaking later, and Susan has been on these calls, and so has Jeremy, and anyone else who would like to share a comment about the importance of circles, the importance of restorative practices.
Yeah, thank you very much, Priscilla, for your talk.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Has anyone got any questions for Priscilla? We've got about 10 minutes left for her time, so we can go into this properly.
Or comments. Doesn't have to be a question.
Sure.
Yes.
Luca.
Priscilla, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Thomas. I'm a young 44 years old man, Italian, okay, an independent researcher and a humanist, basically, sociologist, interested in human discipline, aimed to pursue a human understanding since about 12 years ago after a path of study, and fully dedicated to research, independent. I'm retired, actually early retired, dedicated to study and understanding, bearing the knowledge of the elder with due respect, discovering the truth of the wisest, starting from the Tibetan love and compassion that I place at the base of every kind of scheme, okay, of possible and practical scheme I'm trying to seek among the understanding. And I do have to point out, not on your speech actually, but I would like to add an added value, because what I do notice clearly, especially since the first industrial revolution, something we have to keep into account is that the acceleration of the growth, not only in demography, but in diversification, in understanding, in what the society is requiring to people to feel themselves part of a unit, okay? That's changed actually the pattern of the humans over the last at least 8 years, not to speak about the last 8 years, because we are, as actual generation, not prepared to face war, okay, which is something maybe I will speak in a different occasion on after, if some time will be left. But today is the era of the picture, and is an era where we are indoctrinated to specializations, which is actually understanding better some specific discipline, but ignoring the rest. And the point is, today people are inclined to build up communication through images and not through a deep understanding, which is a prerogative and a virtue of, let's say, old school generation. What today I do see, because we are speaking about peace, and peace is not only a column of humanity, but is a condition, a moral condition, everyone's condition. Peace is a condition of a soul, and when we are facing a war, and a war is made by action, we must consider that action are made of thoughts, and thoughts are made of beliefs and understanding. And always human history, since anthropology, since is proved also biologically, that is only the understanding the soul, the entity, able to bring not a peaceful man, but a hurt man, because war is made by people who feel themselves very far from peace, so they cannot perceive what we are gonna sustaining. And actually communicating if we do not communicate by trying to exercise empathy and compassion in the regards of the invasors, I do not say Russian, also if we are speaking about the recent European democratic war, but it's important to try, as we are supposed to be the wisest, to share with people that the idea of peace, the idea, the concrete action of bringing good in the bad which is happening is allowing people to understand that Russian and not Russian are humans, and their own action are not requiring our opinion, but are requiring a change that we have independently by the fairness, because of course every invasion is unfair, and there is a big indignation, and it seems that Western people cannot step over this indignation. I apologize for my pronunciation, but yeah, okay.
Thank you, Luca.
That's it.
The trouble is we
must be more aware. We must be more close to the also to the human being, communicating with them and explaining like a teacher does with the child, despite they are men, because there is a big embarrassment today in Europe, and it seems that they are not really capable to approach to such a violence.
Yeah, no. Thank you for your comments. I think that was a comment rather than a question, Priscilla. I do have a question for you. We have 5 minutes left of your time. And Morag in Scotland has a question for you specifically. Morag, would you like to unmute?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, go for it.
It was just to ask how you feel about the movement at the moment in America about stricter gun laws, is like given what's been happening recently.
Yeah, well, President Biden is trying to push through some legislation which makes the age of being able to buy a gun, particularly a semi-automatic rifle, moved from 18 to 21. There actually has been a lot of objection to changing that part of the law, and it's really a baby step. It's not really very much, but he's trying to do something, not only to bring people together, but the gun lobby has been so powerful, really up until fairly recently, where so many people have been killed and so many shootings have happened, that more and more people are really resigning from the gun groups and not.
I've seen some of them use what happened in Scotland more than 2 decades ago as a comparison and as an example, because we had one school shooting in Dunblane and guns were immediately banned.
Yes.
Right across. So but some of the others also in Scotland have went, you can't really compare Scotland to America. It's a much different culture. It's a much bigger country. The history is different. The politics are different. So it's not really fair to compare. How do you feel about that?
Well, any movement for reducing guns in the United States, I think, is important. The problem is it feeds right into the divide. You know, the United States is so divided right now, and the gun lobby is so strong that it's really hard to just say, okay, we're going to take everybody's guns away. That actually results in people in the United States buying more guns, and we've seen that because I know it's crazy, but that's the response. So I think Biden's approach at trying to move slowly and little increments of moving toward lessening the availability of guns is about as good as we can get at this point because of the underlying division that exists. I'm not sure if that answers your question. I have I remember people saying, hey, why can't we do, you know, what happened before and in your country? But it is a very, very different, I mean, we are a gun culture, and it's just amazing how many guns there are. And so, you know, taking guns away would definitely result in the type of thing we saw on January 6th. That would be another revolution, basically.
Right, thank you, Priscilla. Okay, so we've come to the end of your extremely important contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're now going to move geographically to the Caucasus Mountains and to hear from our dear Armenian friend, Gevork Manoukian, who's on the board for the European group of World Intellectual Forum, and is joining us from Armenia. Gevork, do tell us your perspective on peace and how things are with you and Armenian issues, and your recent conference in Venice. That will be of great interest. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I'm Gevork Manoukian, the president of the Armenian Constitutional Right Protective Center NGO and coordinator of the World Intellectual Forum, Europe. My presentation is on challenges of peacemaking and conflict in the Caucasus region. And I have chosen two epigraphs for my presentation. The first is, God is our source of peace. This is taken from the letter of Apostle Paul to Romans. And the second epigraph I have chosen is, love is the power which transforms the world. It is from a book, God Calling, which is daily commandments that were given to the two British unknown women in 1930s. So about the topic, today's world is in a very restless and dangerous situation. And the thing is not that there are wars in many parts of the planet. The thing is that today's wars are quite different and unprecedented in their nature due to the used IT technologies. And this picture is completed by the fact of the lack of rule of law, not only in several dictatorial countries, but also in the international law. I don't mean, for instance, the UN Security Council a permanent members institute with the right to veto and widely used double standards. I mean that today strong states attack the weak countries freely and with impunity anytime they wish, kill thousands of innocent people, children, under the pretext of fighting terrorism, and go unpunished. Such situation in our so-called civilized world reminds me the rules of jungle. According to the Christian doctrine, the first step to reach peace in material visible world is the reaching inner peace and humility within the individuals in their spiritual lives. There is a well-known formula consisting of several steps. The first is peace in the inner life of individual, and then comes peace in family, and then peace in community. If anyone hasn't inner peace, he or she cannot have peace in his family, cannot have peace in workplace and in community. This way towards global peace goes through the global justice and true love among the people. And this is a spiritual struggle. Christianity shows the right way, a kind of a roadmap. The most difficult thing is to conquer the self, killing the inner self, ego. Then it will be easy to keep the commandment, love all people, love others, even enemies, if anyone has enemy. About the Caucasus. Caucasus is one of the 10 regions of the world. Dozens of nations live here. After the Soviet Union collapsed, all the suffocated, silenced by force conflicts were reopened. Nagorno-Karabakh, Chechnya, Northern and Southern Ossetia, Abkhaz conflicts. These conflicts could not but be opened because the solutions 100 years ago were not based on justice, but on impure political interests. For instance, in Nagorno-Karabakh, in 1920s, Bolshevik Russia and Kemalist Turkey agreed in a political impure trade. They turned apart, divided, they tore apart, divided the Republic of Armenia, which was a member of League of Nations. The Kars region was given to Turkey, Nakhichevan region and Nagorno-Karabakh were given to Azerbaijan. I want to say a few words about the historical unfairness, because it's it is impossible to forget if the nation, human beings have suffered historically. Such wounds when others came, occupied your country, the whole Armenian highland, have killed 2.5 million Armenians from 1894 to 1923 years, destroyed more than 2,000 Armenian churches and monasteries, left only small 1/10 part of the country, which now they want to swallow, to eliminate trace of the committed crime. How this can be forgotten? Meanwhile, the Armenian genocide committed by the Turkish government has been recognized by more than 30 countries, among which, including USA, France, Belgium, Holland, Russia, Czech Republic, Holland, Denmark, Germany, Italy, Sweden, Switzerland, Argentina, Austria, Uruguay, Canada, Brazil, and others. The Armenian genocide was recognized also by the Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly on April 24, 2001, and by the European Parliament on February 28, 2002. However, today's Turkey, which is the successor of the criminal Young Turk and Kemalist Turkey, refuses to recognize that black page of its own history, apologize and compensate for what they have done, as the civilized Germany did to Israel. However, there are many Turkish, I am happy to say that there are many Turkish intellectuals that have recognized the Armenian genocide and have apologized in the name of their government. The Turkish journalist Hasan Kemal, who is the grandson of Cemal Pasha, one of the masterminds of the Armenian genocide, has joined commemoration of the 105th anniversary of the Armenian genocide. He tweeted in his page, "My Armenian brothers, I share the pain of the April 24 genocide with my Armenian brothers." Another Turkish researcher, Said Çetinoglu, wrote, "The compensation and allowances are a moral necessity for the Turkish people." And another intellectual, Turkish professor, well-known Taner Akçam, wrote, "The statement on the Armenian rebellions in 1915 is a lie. They condemned Kurds for 1915 actions committed on migration marshes. Well, in that case, why you have killed Armenians relocated in Syria?" This is the words of Taner Akçam. And I know many Turkish intellectuals that laid flowers at the eternal fire of the Armenian genocide monument in Yerevan. I want to inform colleagues that a few months ago, the World Intellectual Forum European Wing has published a statement in which the forum confirmed the Azerbaijani and Turkish aggression of September 27, 2020 against Nagorno-Karabakh Republic, using Turkish military and Syrian Islamic mercenaries, and occupied of 20% of its territory. The statement called all the countries to recognize the Nagorno-Karabakh Republic as an independent state, made several constructive suggestions to the three sides, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Nagorno-Karabakh Republic. The following suggestions were made. First, to return to the constructive negotiation process in the framework of the OSCE Minsk group. To immediately release all Armenian prisoners and hostages. to return the occupied areas of Artsakh Republic, including Shushi and Hadrut cities, to be prepared to compromise to find a non-violent, acceptable, and holistic solution of this long-standing conflict once and for all. I want to talk a little bit about the Venice Conference. Last month, in May 2022, by the initiative of Council of Europe in Venice, Italy, there was organized an international conference with the participation of 6 Armenian representatives of civil society and 6 civil society representatives, journalists from Azerbaijan. This was very important initiation. I was a member of the Armenian delegation. It was useful for establishment of dialogue to find a peace. But what we learned from the meeting and in general is that colleagues from Azerbaijan cannot speak freely. They are constrained, and we understand the situation in this dictatorial country. Another thing that we understood, young generation in Azerbaijan and in Turkey are educated in the spirit of Armenophobia. During the decades, starting from the kindergartens, children were taught that Armenians are their enemies. And it's unimaginable. President Aliyev himself, 2 months ago, he himself said that he is proud that he managed to raise a generation that hates Armenians. It's unimaginable. So for building peace in Caucasus region, we think that fundamental reforms in Azerbaijani and in Turkish educational systems are a necessity for elimination of xenophobia and particularly Armenophobia. Otherwise, a young man, an innocent young man, cannot, if he didn't heard about this historical events, historical crimes, he is not guilty. He should he should be informed about what happened. Hatred is in these countries is not only against Armenians, but also against Kurds, against Greeks, Syrians, and Talis. For instance, for many decades, Kurds are fighting for their independence, and therefore Turkish government calls them terrorists. Turkey persecutes Kurdish organizations not only in its territory, but also in other countries. Many Kurds, we know, have found refuge in Scandinavian countries. And today we are witnessing another political trade in which the rights of Kurd minorities may suffer. The Sweden and Finland, fearing Russia, have applied to join the NATO. Turkey, as a member of NATO, has the right to veto, and taking advantages, it tries to force these countries to tighten their legislation against minorities. A few days ago, I read in the press that Sweden and Finland now started discussing how to make restrictions on the Kurds in order to satisfy the dictatorial demands of Turkey. So sometimes I am thinking there are thousands of nations in our planet, but only 200 have their statehood. Many nations have been fighting, trying to get independence, but the privileged states don't allow them. It's an absurd situation, similar like if someone forces another person to marry him. They forget that in this planet, nothing belongs to anyone, and that we all are only tenants of the Creator, God. All nations have the same rights, and let there be not 200, but 1,000 states. I know there are conceptions of the world government, but before unifying, the people need to be divided properly, freely. Besides, no state, no empire can survive if created by force. So, but finalizing my presentation, I would like to say that I'm optimistic for the future of Caucasus and for the world. And particularly, recently we have received a letter from the Council of Europe that they are going to invite the second meeting of Armenian and Azerbaijani delegations. So I am optimistic. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Gevork. That was fascinating. For those of you that haven't heard Gevork before, I hope you join me in thanking him for his dedication to peace through a peaceful witness to justice. Gevork is a human rights activist and has been for many years. So any questions to Gevork? We have about 8 minutes left. He's raised so many important issues. Who would like to go first? Put your hand up in the electronic yellow thing. I'll go first, Gevork, if I may, whilst they're thinking. I mean, I'm a historian, among other things, as you know, and I did my degree in history at the University of London. On our third day, we have a talk from Norman Davies, who's Britain's leading expert on the history of Eastern Europe and a very great historian. I was interested in what you said about the way history is taught in Azerbaijan and Turkey. You know, the Armenian people are still being demonized 100 years after the genocide. There's still a dispute going on. Did it happen? Didn't it happen? When I started studying history as a young academic, I didn't realize history itself was so full of contesting. I had this idea of this a thing called objective truth, objective history. You know, and if you prove there was a genocide and you see the bodies and you count the dead, it's a fact. And yet now I realize we live, and you know, we live in a world where history is under constant threat. You know, the winners, the people with the guns, write the history. You know, so how do we reclaim historical narratives? You know, for people that are quiet, gentle, peace lovers. You know, it's a big question. Do you know any Armenian historians who've worked on these issues? You'll have to unmute.
Sorry?
All right, no, I'll just mute. We have a, yeah, just say something about the conflicts of history. And who in Armenia, who are your best historians, would you say?
There are many Armenian historians that have written history of Armenian. The oldest is Moses Khorenatsi of the 5th century. But about talking about the genocide, modern history, many researches exist also in other languages, in English, in French, in Spanish. I have read, but during the recent years, I stopped to read this literature because it's impossible. It's terrible to read what has happened. The witnessing about terrible actions, crimes, and you know, there is in the Turkish historians, among Turkish historians, official, they say that Armenians rebelled during the First World War, and therefore they killed them. But Armenians live in their homeland. They have the right to protect themselves and have their independent country. And Mr. Taner Akçam, as I presented, said that this is a lie. Because they killed Armenians in Istanbul on 24 April of 1915. They gathered about 200 intellectuals of Armenian intelligence and beheaded the Armenian community in Istanbul and killed these people. Therefore, April 24 is the day of commemoration of genocide victims. And then they killed them in anywhere, everywhere. Therefore,
yeah, no,
it's very
sure.
complicated, yes.
I have a good Armenian friend who came to visit me in the castle in Scotland and brought with her a film called Lark Farm, which is a film about the Armenian genocide. I recommend it to people to watch. can I ask if India is the signatory? You mentioned 30 countries have accepted the genocide, including France, America. Has India signed that?
I don't think India has recognized.
Okay, well, maybe our Indian guests, since the World Intellectual Forum is based in India, maybe they could write politely to Modi to recognize it, because India should be standing for the values of tolerance and harmony and peace. It's the land of Gandhi and Nehru. It'd be good if they signed it, wouldn't it?
I hope that India will recognize, but the most important thing is that Turkey itself finally could find within its force to face with his own history. And we have a colleague in the World Intellectual Forum. Intellectual Forum Turkish members should be the fighters for justice. They should forward this. They should support this justice. So
I agree very much, Gevork. Well, let's try and get some more Turkish intellectuals involved with our work who would take that flag forward. Right, thank you very much. That was very interesting. We're joined now by an Indian scholar, Shreya Shankar, who is herself studying international law and restorative mediation and justice. So Shreya is speaking to us from the south of India, and is named after one of the greatest philosophers of India, Shankara. Shankaracharya is one of my intellectual heroes, founder of Advaita Vedanta. So, but I think Shreya is a young disciple of that lineage and does him justice. Shreya, over to you.
Thank you so much for having me. I was just wondering if I'm audible and visible as well.
Yeah, we can all hear you, yes.
Awesome. Actually, I just wanted to take a quick moment to clarify the previous point that was raised. India has actually signed the Genocide Convention. This was actually confirmed on the 9th of February of 2022 by one of the members of the Rajya Sabha, which is the upper house in the Indian Parliament. Despite that, we have problems with implementation, as is the case in most other countries, and we definitely need to work towards having better implementation. The topic that I have for today is very much linked to our responses to crimes such as genocide, war crimes, crimes of aggression, and crimes against humanity, which have historically been considered the core crimes as according to the Rome Convention, the Rome Statute. Today, I want to address how restorative practice and peacekeeping methodologies interact with universal principles as well as establishments, while also having to keep in mind the integrity of indigenous customs and practices that have allowed us to develop new methods of conflict resolution. A large part of the knowledge that I have on the subject has come from my legal and forensic psychological studies, as well as from brilliant scholars such as Dr. Daffan, Priscilla Prutzman, who's been kind enough to take me under her wing and introduce me to restorative practice and give me tremendous opportunities in that field. I want to look at peacekeeping and restorative measures in these four situations, of international crime, in three different ways. First, I want to look at the relationship between pluralism and restorative justice and peacekeeping. Then I want to look at how this has been integrated within the international sphere, both in individual country or domestic contexts, as well as in more global contexts. And lastly, I'd like to propose a framework which takes from our past experiences while also looking at research that hasn't been applied so far, so that we're able to develop an integrated framework with all the evidences that are available to us today. Today, we have tremendous strife in the world. Every day we see news articles, reports, government reports, independent reports that talk about death, murder, fighting, wars, torture, and all kinds of other human-to-human conflicts, interpersonal conflicts. And the amount of these conflicting situations has only grown in the recent past. In fact, there have been studies to suggest that the amount of war-related casualties has doubled in the past 5 to 6 years. And these statistics, while questionable and debatable in terms of the type of methodology used, are useful in at least providing context to the kind of problems that we're dealing with. Now, while statistically these situations are deeply problematic, there are 3 reasons why it's important to look at military conflicts or genocidal issues from a domestic and context-induced perspective. First off, each conflict relates to a situation of generational trauma, both as a cause and a consequence of the given conflict. What I mean when I say this is that an individual commits acts of violence in a socially constructed situation as opposed in a state of vacuum, which is also the reason why in most cases of widespread conflict, there are several people and communities committing crimes, often against each other, often in detriment to their own values and their own systems and their own families. While it is easy to write off people and demonize certain groups, just as we've seen by other speakers before, it is important to realize that these contexts have been socially generated and have been historically constructed, which means that the answer to preventing these situations from arising also relates to social structures and historical creations. What we have already done as a society can very easily be undone as long as individuals, groups, and communities are able to analyze objectively these social structures that continue to incentivize, propagate behavior that is deeply problematic and causes further trauma. Another allied issue that arises when we talk of generational trauma is causal in nature. Now, once the actual act of violence has occurred, or multiple acts of violence has already occurred, every individual carries within themselves biological trackers of this type of violence. And I see this from a sociological perspective as opposed to a biological perspective, because that's my area of expertise. Individuals are able to pass on these maladaptive, often coping mechanisms to different individuals that they interact with. And while we may look at this as maladaptive from an outside perspective, it's important and almost pivotal to realize that these coping mechanisms exist because they were adaptive at that point of time. They exist because they helped that individual or that community or that group survive at that point of time when they came into existence. While circumstances may change, those coping mechanisms often form behavior patterns that are difficult to break, which is another reason why context-specific work is extremely critical in restorative practice and in justice. In order to link these two concepts, I'd like to present a quick example. In the case of Rwanda, where there was a genocide, massive massacre occurred, where several individuals, communities lost their lives, lost their livelihoods, lost their families. There have been studies to show that despite having extremely unhealthy and maladaptive emotions and cognitions towards other communities, there were also dissonant cognitions that different communities and groups exhibited towards the same communities when they knew people from that community on an individual level. For example, a neighbor who had a person of a different ethnicity living next to that person might feel differently about that particular neighbor as opposed to all other people belonging to the same ethnicity. And this type of cognitive dissonance is interesting and important because that provides us a way to prevent conflicts from escalating by giving people humanizing and individualizing techniques. The second important element within the concept of pluralism and restorative justice is psychological distress that an individual experiences due to this cognitive dissonance. Generally, there is an aversion that human beings experience to certain stimuli. In conflicts and in war zones, these aversive stimuli may start to become less potent as they would have, as compared to in any other situation, because of repeated exposure or habituation. This type of habituation also takes time to reduce or come to a complete stop and requires psychological help, therapeutic support, and social support as well. Now, in most situations where international law comes into force or justice is discussed in an international legal context, these types of habituation mechanisms, generational trauma, is not a part of the discussion. While it is obvious to see why this might be problematic, the long-term impacts of not looking at these systems are clearly visible when we look at failed examples of international law working in these type of armed conflict situations. I don't see the purpose of having an international legal discussion if it doesn't lead to a long-term solution. And there are several scholars who also talk about the need for a solution-oriented approach as opposed to a theoretical legal framework that has been characterizing international legal systems in the last couple of centuries. This type of systemic and theoretical change has actually reflected in several important cases in the recent past. And I'd like to present the next part of my analysis through these examples. Contextually, the international universal legal system has started to incorporate domestic frameworks and domestic circumstances, or at least acknowledge them. An important example of this is the case of the prosecutor versus Joseph Kony that was decided in the International Criminal Court. In this case, despite the fact that the ICC is not restorative by its very nature, the court actively discussed Joseph Kony's status in his particular military setup as the leader or the commander. And in this particular society, there was this idea that the leader or commander had supernatural powers or was able to control the actions of other people or was able to bring negative consequences to them despite not being in the same place at the same temporal space as another individual. While the court finally rejected this type of argumentation that the defense presented, it is notable that this system or this argument was even raised at an international forum, and there was thought that went into discussing this particularity in culture or this granularity in culture. While we don't see the International Criminal Court really take up other cases that have similar backgrounds and actively use their backgrounds to decide on judicial cases, there is a move towards acknowledging these movements and acknowledging these types of arguments. Another important example after Joseph Kony, just to trace the judicial development, is the case of prosecutor versus Dominic Ongwen, which discussed this idea of what constitutes a child and how children need to be held accountable. Now, the universal legal sense, or in the ICC sense of the term, a child is any individual below the age of 18. But one of the arguments that was made in the ICC was that the domestic plurality of the situation negated this blanket 18 years rule that the ICC had already promulgated. Now, again, despite the fact that this was not actually upheld, it is interesting to note that at least these arguments are being acknowledged and they're coming into being, into existence. They're occupying space in the global discussion. We have a long way to go in terms of finding a sweet spot in balancing these interests, but having visibility is the first step in that direction, I think. Apart from these arguments, the second way in which pluralism and restorative practices have permeated, in some sense, more universalist organizations is through an important case of Lubanga, also decided by the ICC, which actually incorporated ideas of restorative practice into the judgment itself, giving 7 guidelines. Now, while I talk about restorative practice, I think it's extremely important for me to acknowledge that restorative practices come from indigenous communities. It comes from indigenous communities all across the world. And we are very lucky to be able to access that kind of knowledge that these communities have very generously brought to the table, right? In fact, it has been seen that the most successful restorative practice comes when indigenous communities are able to take control of their own practices and put that into, bring that into existence and use that in productive ways. An example is the Gacaca courts that were established in Uganda. This was a traditional practice of Ugandan tribesmen and involved community circles and healing practices. The Gacaca courts have gained widespread credence. Now, I don't want to discount the detractors of these courts. There are people, there are individuals, both from the communities themselves and from outside, who have criticized some parts of the working of the system. But while no system is perfect, these systems have allowed communities to come together and rebuild their lives. In fact, it has been noted by some researchers that there have been economic and social developments that result directly from indigenous practices such as the Gacaca courts. And while the Gacaca courts are one example of a restorative practice working in an area that has experienced civil war or armed conflict, there are also systems in place, for example, in India, that continue to uphold restorative practice even in the absence of an overt, discernible international armed conflict or a non-international armed conflict. An example of this is the Indian system of the panchayats. While not all panchayats work really well, and there are definitely issues of bias, of unfair representation, etc., there are some areas in the country where panchayat systems have really taken root and have incorporated brilliant practices that have allowed for good environmental conservation strategies, preventive mechanisms, rehabilitative mechanisms, etc. And that definitely provides a blueprint for how other community strategies could look like and how they can be supported. These mechanisms that I just talked about often involve a slightly top-down approach where there is a universalist institution of sort and that incorporates arguments, or there are indigenous communities and they have their codes, but those codes gain popularity, and those codes allow for the generation of new arguments in favor of these types of indigenous dispute resolution mechanisms. I'd like to bring to light another mechanism through which pluralism can be seen within the sphere, and that is through the exercise of largely universalist principles, but the use of these principles by people living in that circumstance, in that community, to suit their own needs and purposes. And I'd like to illustrate this through an example. Now, the Sierra Leone Code, which dealt with crimes committed during the civil war of Sierra Leone, was criticized by many scholars for taking an extremely conservative stand on the definition of forced marriage. According to the court, forced marriage basically involved a marriage where the consent of the family or the community of both parties was not taken, as opposed to just the consent of the relevant two people. However, women in Sierra Leone, despite all of these international criticisms, were able to use these judgments to fight for their personal rights, their property rights in their local courts and tribunals. While the criticisms that have been levied against the courts are valid, it is relevant to note that even problematic decisions and even problematic stances can be intelligently and creatively constructed by local communities through indigenous practices and restorative practices for their own benefit. And this creativity and intellectuality in communities that especially communities post-armed conflict needs to be acknowledged. Each community obviously has a different way of using these mechanisms that are available from outside. And it is also important to note that there are points at which outside interference may be extremely harmful to communities that are just rebuilding their lives. At the same time, it is difficult to predict what the impact eventually is going to be. And that type of impact is largely dependent on, one, the quality and kind of intervention, and secondly, on the community itself, its nature, its history, its conflicts, its community structures, its culture. And that multiculturalism, even within a single community, is what makes pluralism that much more important. One striking example of pluralism that has occurred in the international context is the creation of tribunals such as the ECCC, which is the Chambers of Cambodia. Now, again, there have been criticisms here for situations where they have refused to prosecute some people who have been accused of committing crimes under the Morag regime. However, at the same time, instead of having a completely external resource, the ECCC very creatively uses community strategies and uses its own indigenous roots to ensure that there is as much participation from Cambodian citizens as is possible. And the prosecutor, the judges are largely Cambodian, despite having some foreign individuals as well. All of these strategies combined together display this idea that pluralism is starting to become more popular, is starting to form the cornerstone of restorative practice under the international legal framework. And this is definitely a positive step. At the same time, it is important to acknowledge that there's a long way to go in terms of understanding how restorative practice can be integrated in a global situation, and how these practices can be used in ways that are, first of all, not harmful to the community, secondly, prevent cultural misappropriation from occurring, which is very common in situations of conflict, and thirdly, encourage the genius of the people themselves, encourage the genius and the culture of communities themselves to engage creatively in solutions that are already available to them, that are already known to them. Now, the last thing that I'd like to quickly cover is to talk quickly about a framework possibly of how restorative justice may look in the international context. Firstly, one major issue with the way in which we perform justice today is the lack of thought given to resource redistribution. Generally, this is left to the parties to the conflict or the communities, resulting in deadlocks, in prevention of the process moving forward, ceasefires are often violated, etc. We also have a criminal justice system which is very far removed from these resource distribution debates, as well as social restructuring debates. I think personally that it would be very useful to combine the ideas of resource redistribution, social restructuring, with the idea of justice and restorative practice, because at the end of the day, restorative practice of transitional or transformative justice is the possibility of rebuilding these communities, encouraging their cultural diversities, ensuring that resources are distributed in ways that are sustainable and allow for sustained practice. Also ensuring that those parts of cultural heritage that are important to us as citizens of the world are not lost. By integrating all these systems into one compact framework, we enable individuals to take control, or communities to take control of their own paths to restoration, rehabilitation, and transformation. And we're also able to identify past patterns of problematic redistribution, leading to the possibility of better communication in the future. This is a very broad and possibly inaccurate framework, but it is essential that we're able to look at conflict resolution in consonance with each other, as opposed to as diverse and scattered parts. And I think this provides a useful starting point to start looking at conflict resolution in that direction, in that sense. With that, I would like to conclude, and I'd like to invite any questions or comments or feedback.
Thank you, Shreya, for a brilliant summary. Put your hand up in the golden hand if you've got a question. I've got one for you, Shreya, which is this. We've discussed this about the question of therapeutic jurisprudence as a movement within legal scholarship to move away from punitive function of law to one of therapy, healing. And that seems to me that's potentially quite a revolutionary shift among legal thinkers. How do you see therapeutic jurisprudence helping the move to get restorative justice more established? Do you see them as parallel, or?
I think therapeutic justice is definitely something that needs to be integrated within the system. Parallel movements are simply going to be less effective and efficient. We also need to consider that individuals have limited time and energy and monetary resources. So by allowing a single sustained thread of justice that incorporates therapeutic justice as well is the best move forward. Now, therapeutic justice has been incorporated under some criminal justice systems in some countries. It's also starting to become a more widespread, internationally located phenomena. At the same time, I think there's fear amongst the legal community on the possibility of changing the goals of justice from what it was a few hundred years ago to what it has become now. And I think that system of transition, that point of transition, is always a journey that's fraught with these types of fears and insecurities. But it is also heartening to see that there are many judges, there are many prosecutors today in the international legal framework who are really pushing for therapeutic justice, or who are at least providing support systems that have therapeutic components associated with the justice system itself.
Great, thank you. Yes, your talk was complex. Any other questions before we move on to Professor B.M. Jain, who's going to talk about the geopsychology of peace?
Yes, I have a question. I have a question to all of you. How do you think a global society which is moving towards armaments in such a consistent way, anyway, a society which is voting for their own representative, okay, which are setting up the laws, okay, and the jurisprudence itself, how can you think a society like this can really walk through? Do you think it's possible? What do you think is the deterrent, and how do you think how far we are from that point? Because it seems that practically the society is going in one direction, and the direction is eye for eye, teeth for teeth. There is no foresight of peace in the human behavior, because actually the society is running to the competitions ever since, at least in these last centuries. So our model of society is just trying to push the first in order to place him in the leadership, in order to give an example, in order to be followed, because we are scared ever since, evidently. That's a depth, it's a truth of humans. And I do really think jurisprudence is degrading the punishment as a right principle is something that is a it's a controversy with the actual trend. So how do you see the practicality of this kind of situations?
Yeah, thank you, Luca. Very good. I think Shreya, you should answer on behalf of all of us. Just to finish, yeah.
Okay. I absolutely understand where you're coming from, right? It is very disheartening to see the level of polarization that's occurring in society. But I think it's worth remembering that this polarization stems from people's basic needs. The need to be secure, the need to have housing, food, sanitation, the need to live in a safe and secure society. And unfortunately, as polarization in one group increases, that affects the ability for another group to feel safe and secure in that society, which increases polarization in the other group as well. There are ways to overcome polarization though, and I think part of that rests with the idea of transitional or transformative justice, where you're able to sit at the table and you're able to have these peers addressed head on, as opposed to have a one-size-fits-all solution that is just handed down to you, which just increases your feeling of lack of control over the system. The second, we're able to allow people to actively make decisions that affect them, and we're able to allow people to safeguard their own rights and their own safety and security. We're also going to be faced with a group of people who are more likely to hear another party out and are more likely to extend these rights to other parties as well. This is not an easy path, and this is not something that can happen in a day or in an hour, but it is something that we can definitely strive for and is possible to achieve, I think.
Right, thank you very much, Shreya. Thank you for your talk, and again, you've given us food for thought. We can be in touch by email, and any speakers that can write up their presentation, I'd appreciate that. We can publish them in our newsletters and so on. Right, now we move on to Professor B.M. Jain, who I met many years ago now at Jaipur with Dr. S.L. Gandhi, and we've been collaborators on peace thinking ever since. B.M. Jain is an international relations expert and comes from the school of realism that looks at conflict on the meta scale, and he's recently proposed that we should look at things through what he calls geopsychology, which is a combination of geopolitics and psychology. And this is really we're getting to the icing on the cake of this session. I think if only B.M. Jain could address the world leaders with this new theory, we'd get peace within a couple of weeks. So over to you, Professor Jain. Tell us what geopsychology is and how it can help. You'll have to unmute, yeah.
Hello. First of all, I must thank Dr. Dafarin for inviting me to this great event to share my thought on geopsychological orientation of state and non-state actors. In my new book, The Geopsychological Theory of International Relations in the 21st Century, I have taken up case studies of China, North Korea, Afghanistan, United States, Middle East, India and Pakistan, India and Pakistan in the Middle East. Now, currently I'm working on the geopsychology of the Russo-Ukrainian war. What is the geopsychology behind it? Because most of you are quite new to this concept, you have heard about geopolitics, geoeconomics, liberalism, neoliberalism, structuralism, post-structuralism, all that. So it is a reply and response to the existing theories, the mainstream theories and interest relations. Now, the Russo-Ukrainian war has really entered an unspecified and undeclared World War III. How do I look at, before I talk about the geopsychology, I would give you a bird's eye view of the current conflict scenario. Number one, the Black Sea has emerged as a new theater of war involving Russia, USA, Great Britain, France, and Spain. Number two, America has declared strategic encirclement of Russia in the Black Sea and the Baltic Sea. Because when I'm describing all this situation, I would look at from the geopsychological point of view. Number three, Europe has begun developing the sixth generation fighter aircraft. Why? Because every issue is raising why, how. So I will try to give reply to these questions and concerns. Number four, America has deployed, this is very interesting to know, but unfortunately, in order to flare up the war that is already going on between Ukraine and Russia, America has deployed its Naval SEAL Commando. Now, please mark, because Naval SEAL Commando were used during the Obama administration, and it had attacked, Pakistan. Isn't it? They used the Naval Commandos, Naval SEAL Commando. Very, very unprecedented situation, but America has deployed its Naval SEAL Commando in the Black Sea with fighter aircraft. Number fifth, America and Romania have begun military exercises 100 kilometers away from Romania. Now, this is very interesting, the Cold War foes, America and Romania, America and Hungary, America and Poland, they were the Cold War foes. Now they are collaborating, and their two military exercises were only 100 kilometers away from Romania. This is a very, very new development, and that has caused concern to the world community and to the UN, but United Nations has been unable to offer any solution. Sixth, the president of Belarus has declared war against Ukraine in the eastern part. Now, 6 scenarios, okay, that the Black Sea has emerged as a new theater of war. Now, what is the geopsychology behind the current scenario in the Russo-Ukrainian war? Let me tell you very briefly that geopsychology, what is a set of perception, images, and belief system informed by history, geography, culture, nationalism, ethnicity, and religion. Very, very simple, because we must understand that what is geopsychology? It is composed of 5 elements. It is composed of 5 elements, in which history is very, very important. Then geographical location is very important, because geopsychology is structured on geography, the specifics of the geography. For instance, the rugged terrain of Afghanistan that proved, Waterloo for America, isn't it? Because it stayed for 2 decades in Afghanistan. What it got, it had squandered away how many dollars? $6 trillion were in Afghanistan, in Iraq, Iran, Libya, in this. Now it is just, the double of India's India's GDP, $6 trillion. So I have mentioned in my book that America could have saved, billions and trillions of dollars had America understood geopsychology of the Afghan people, had America understood geopsychology of the non-state actors, that is Al-Qaeda. Okay. Now, in geopsychology, I have placed I have given importance to non-state actors, because we have been talking about state actors, but non-state actors are equally important. So here, geopsychology is a set of perception, images, and belief system formed of these 5 elements. Okay. Now, geopsychology, as a matter of fact, now this is very important, is an inclusive concept, because it includes geopolitics, geoeconomics, liberalism, neoliberalism. Everything can be explained and can be predicted on the basis of geopsychological understanding of a region. What is important is, if you want to understand Russia, you need to understand geopsychology of Putin. Because in 2012, Putin had said, because he had said, there is a need for revival of Russian national consciousness. He came to power in 2000. For last more than 22 years, he has been ruling. So there is no opposition. There is no opposition. So he has vanquished the opposition. There is nothing like opposition. Either they are dead or they are in jail or in exile. So now this is the situation. It means that he is the monarch, uncrowned monarch, when he takes decisions. And for that, we need to understand that what is the Russian nationalism. Now, Russian nationalism has 2 elements, very briefly. Number 1, if I raise a question, is it a rational nationalism? Is it a rational nationalism? Or is it an imperial nationalism? Or it is a xenophobic nationalism? So you need to make the difference. Between the rational nationalism that is based on logic, based on evidence, and imperial nationalism is rooted in Russian history, because Putin has, put up the bronze of Peter the Great on his desk. What he said? He said that Peter's wars and territorial expansion helped shape the contours of the later Russia. So Peter the Great, Catherine the Great, they are the heroes, isn't it, for Putin? This is very important, because you must have read about Putin. Now, one of the filmmakers, Putin's Road to War, if you want to better understand, Mike Wise, one of the filmmakers, the title is Putin's Road to War. Now, this is very interesting. In this, he also talked about geopsychological predisposition of President Putin. Geopsychological disposition, because Putin's, as I told you, keeps a bronze statue of Tsar over his ceremonial desk in the Kremlin's cabinet room. In 2019 interview to the Financial Times, Putin declared, quote, underquote, Peter will live as long as his cause is alive. Please mark, I'm again repeating, Peter will live as long as his cause is alive. Now this gives a hint. He was, as a matter of fact, was badly bruised, when the Soviet collapse took place in December 1991. He called the tragedy. He called the tragedy of the Soviet collapse, isn't it? Because he wants to restore that stature, the status, reputation, prestige of Russia. Now, this is rooted in his geopsychology that until Russia acquires power, is heard in the world community, Russia will not have any place. Therefore, he intervened in the Middle East. Therefore, he intervened where in every part of the world, and he tried to retrieve that sort of the image. Now, because this is the psyche. Now, so far as Ukraine is concerned, in Putin's psyche, Ukraine is an inseparable part of the Russian story. Inseparable part. Because had America thought about Russian Putin geopsychology, perhaps he would have taken, all the cautious precautions. but he did not take the precautions. Instead, he flared up the war wherein Ukraine. Why? Number one, why America was so much interested in coming closer? Isn't it geographical proximity to the borders of Russia? That is the expansion towards the east. Why? Even a child understands that when you are trying for strategic encirclement of a country, of a neighbor will first of all take it very seriously, because it is the issue of the national security. So President Putin did not attack Ukraine without giving notice to America, to NATO, to European Union. It gave clear-cut hints. It gave clear-cut signals to America, the United States, who is the leader of the NATO, isn't it? And European Union, please understand the problem. Please try to understand the problem. You stop expanding NATO to the eastward, because you are coming to my, doorsteps. So I will not tolerate it. Very simple. So this is the geopsychology we don't understand. We are saying, no, it has attacked, this is wrong, invasion, this, we will investigate, war crimes and all that you can do it. And that is why, United Nations has failed, Security Council has failed, UN, all other agencies have failed. Why? Because they could not, they knew it, but they did not appreciate, the psychological predisposition of Putin. Now, the situation is that the war in Ukraine is the war of restoration and return. War in Ukraine is the war of restoration and return. Now, please, because policymakers, they don't have time. Because as intellectuals, we have a lot of time. We can discuss, we can argue, and we can, put forward very interesting and very important, useful, fruitful suggestions. Isn't it? How to stop war? We can do it. That intellectuals can do that, but our voice is not heard. Unfortunately, our voice is not heard because autocrats, and I have mentioned in my book that the problem is to sensitize their minds. We continually sensitize their mind. Look here. First of all, if you are going to war, first of all, understand that country's history, country's geography, country's nationalism. So Russian nationalism, as a matter of fact, if I just quote that the Battle of Poltava, Poltav, that Putin cited, saw Russian forces deliver an epochal blow to Sweden's continental ambition in Europe. Continental ambition, Sweden's continental ambition, that war. If they celebrated, the war, 400 years war, they celebrated the victory during the Second World War, isn't it? So this kind of nationalism, Russian nationalism, that we cannot surrender, before any forces, because we have a very glorious history, very glorious past, isn't it? How? Because I don't want to go into details, what Peter said, and Catherine, ruled long. So these jars, though, their rule ended in 1970, different thing, but Putin is the chela, jisko kehte hain, disciple of Peter the Great and the Catherine. But you don't understand. So Putin's geopsychology, that world must understand Russian history. He repeatedly said, world must, and we are part and parcel of Europe for last 400 years. I would just remind you of the fact that even a great realist like Henry Kissinger in his writing, a very recent writing, I have just, quoted him, that you please understand the history of Europe and don't penalize, don't punish Russia. He has counseled America and American policymakers that look here, out of your immodesty and out of your irrationality, you want to destroy Russia. No, it is not possible. It is not possible. And if you and Europe, all European countries, isn't it, they launch, a collective war against Russia, and if you really destroy it, it will bring instability in entire Europe. what British Prime Minister said, and later on he withdrew his words. No, I did not say like this thing. Because the British history, you must try to understand, and Professor Duffin knows it very well. I'm not going to dabble in that subject, So what is, Britain is there, France is there, Spain is there, they are making, perhaps, preparing a kind of new war design against Russia. Then, as I told you about the history, Russian history is very important, because if you want to understand geopsychology, then you need to understand history of Russia. You need to understand culture of Russia. You need to understand nationalism of Russia. Very briefly, I have mentioned about it. Now, Putin's culture of militarism. Very recently, I came across a very important article in World Politics Review. World Politics Review, May 2022. Now, in this World Politics Review, a very important discussion has figured on the dynamics shaping the behavior of military and autocrats. Now, this World Politics Review, this is, it provides very enlightened analysis. This is very important for all those who want to understand it, understand the current scenario. So he has this World Politics Review in its essay May 2022 has mentioned about the dynamics shaping the behavior of military and autocrats. Now, building on Soviet tradition, the Putin regime has celebrated military power through authoritarian narratives. Now, this is, the culture of militarism. So, culture of militarism is also the part of geopsychology, indispensable part, inevitable part, inseparable part of geopsychology that we need to understand its importance. The culture of militarism has developed. And what is that? Culture of militarism? Culture of militarism is obedience. Very simple definition is obedience by the people, obedience by ruling elites, obedience by the subordinates to Putin. So they say, okay, whatever Putin is doing, everybody says, okay, sir, you are doing very good. Because he remained 2 times as president. Constitution doesn't allow, so he became Prime Minister. No president would like to serve, as a Prime Minister under President. But what was his logic? His logic was that this new man, who was the president at the time, Dmitriev, he's not, knowledgeable in diplomacy. He is not knowledgeable in foreign policy. Okay, he's the president, but he was the real spirit, behind foreign policy, security policy, and diplomacy, isn't it? So Putin accepted. Now, this is very unusual in any country, that he accepted the position of prime minister, subordinate to him, but all decisions were taken by Putin. Why? The reason being his psyche was that Russia must restore its prestige, its power, its influence in the world. Now, this America did not understand. America failed miserably, I should say. Epochal failure of United States in Afghanistan, its failure in Vietnam, its failure in the 1950-53 Korean War, isn't it? 40,000 American soldiers were killed. 60,000 American soldiers were killed in Vietnam. It did not derive any lesson, isn't it? Henry Kissinger was responsible for the Vietnam fiasco, isn't it? I'm not going into that part, but American failures America must learn from history, isn't it? Therefore, history is very important in geopsychology. When it failed in the Korean War, there is still a truce. There is no peace agreement. This is very interesting to know that in 1950-53, the Korean War, North Korea, South Korea, at the time Soviet Union, China, America, they were all involved, but America did not derive any lesson, isn't it? So it fought. It was the Cold War period. Then it went to Vietnam. Again, a treaty or peace with honor. Henry Kissinger what calls it, isn't it? Then America failed in Iraq, that we would be welcomed by the people in Iraq, because we have liberated people from the misrule of, or the autocratic rule of Saddam Hussein. But that didn't work because the psychology of the people, that Saddam Hussein, whatever he is, but he's our hero, isn't it? He is our hero. We will fight for years and thousands of years. Now these people can afford to work. America never understood that Al-Qaeda would come back to power. It was ousted. It was ousted from power. Okay. But it came back after 2 decades. So America did not understand that side. They did not do any homework before attacking Afghanistan in October 2001, isn't it? So that is why I'm saying the similar, as soon as it withdrew forces, it got itself embroiled where in the Russo-Ukrainian war. What I'm saying like this. Now, these are the issues which need to be taken into account very seriously and to be analyzed from psychological point of view. It's not geopolitics, what people call it geopolitics. It has nothing to do with geopolitics. It is the war of nerves. It is the war of minds. It is the war of prestige, isn't it? America should not have got self embroiled in the war because it's, retreat, very abysmal retreat from Afghanistan. It must have learned the lesson, at least from Afghanistan. It did not learn the lesson from the Soviet Union's, isn't it? Because Soviet Union also attacked, Afghanistan in December 1979, and its forces remained for nearly 1 decade. What did it achieve? It achieved, what distinction? The distinction that the collapse of the Soviet Union, isn't it, in 1991? So for that, Putin is only a person who is disturbed by the tragedy of it, the Soviet Union collapse, and he wants the glory, the past prestige, past influence. Now, this factor we need to better understand in our work. Now,
thank you, Dr. Jain.
Okay.
Let's pause there and allow some comments and questions, because your talk is very profound. There's lots of possible avenues. I'd like to.
I just started, but anyway.
I know, but we've run out of time, sadly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
However, I would comment on one thing. The word psychology was coined by a German theologian called Goclenius, who did a PhD on the study of tears in the 1600s. I would like to count up the number of tears caused by the wars recently, whether in Armenia or Ukraine or whatever. As geopsychologists, we should try to stop these tears. That's my first point. The second point is, you mentioned Russian psychology, but you didn't mention once Ukrainian psychology. We have, in the World Intellectual Forum, we have Russian members. We also have a Ukrainian philosopher who was sheltering from the attack on Kyiv, in tears. And I've been reading up a great deal because I did my history on the Soviet Cold War, and that was my PhD. I've been researching the Ukrainian psychology. Why are they fighting? Why didn't they just surrender and say, come back, Russia, we want to join you? Well, you didn't mention a thing called the Holodomor, which was the mass starvation of Ukrainians by Stalin. You didn't mention the way the Bolsheviks and the Stalinists persecuted Ukrainian intellectuals, poets, writers, thinkers. Ukraine has its own narrative and its own psychology, and it's very much antithetical to that of Russia. So we have to start from there. We have to accept there's 2 narratives in conflict. And the final point I want to make is Putin may look back to Peter the Great and say he's following in his footsteps. Peter the Great was a polarized kind of guy. Firstly, he loved the Enlightenment. He liked reason. He liked science. Putin has acted irrationally in his work. So he's failed to follow Peter the Great in his respect for reason. Peter the Great loved Western Europe. He studied in Holland as an ordinary sailor, But Peter the Great was also a very nasty, vicious, and cruel man who came to power by slaughtering hundreds of the previous sovereign's subjects cruelly. He tortured them to death personally. So Peter the Great had a very nasty, sadistic streak, which is not mentioned. And that's another thing in Russian psychology you didn't mention, this streak of sadism, which Stalin had. You didn't mention at all Stalin's crimes, which were exposed by Khrushchev, who was a Ukrainian communist. Stalin persecuted even fellow Bolsheviks, to the slaughter of millions. Now, I have to tell you, if you don't know, that Putin has silenced all discussion of this. He's forbidden the discussion in public by academics that actually Stalin and Hitler did a peace pact which led to World War II. Stalin was equally responsible for World War II because he did a peace pact with Hitler, which they then both invaded Poland. So, let's have a geopsychology that is fair to both sides. And it's a great shame our Ukrainian philosopher wasn't here to make these points, but I've made them on her behalf, Larissa Karachitstva. And any other comments? I felt I had to raise the question of Ukrainian psychology to balance. If we're going to have a scientific discussion, let's look at all aspects.
I will definitely, I could have covered.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments before we move on to our next speaker, who's going to talk about Ireland?
Only one thing, Dafar, maybe
Okay.
I didn't tell all of you that my family and my partner is from Mariupol, and her mother and granny are living 300 meters from the theater that was destroyed. And the father of my girlfriend, it's 6 years we are together, instead is living in St. Petersburg in Russia. And they are actually living a kind of controversy, not just because they were divorced, but because, of course, I'm living by living into the situation, a different point of view. And they have actually solid reasons to participate in this war with different point of view. So I just close here my comment, and if somebody has some question, just to, out of curiosity, just enjoy.
Yeah, put them in the chat if you want to ask Luca about this. And this is a tragedy that's affected people on a personal level, not just geopolitically. Okay, so let's move on. We come to Ireland, and many more tears have been shed over Irish history in the last 200, maybe 300 years. We count up the number of tears per head of population. I think Ireland, has quite a few million tears there. So Sean, tell us how you grew out of war. What did Ireland do right? And how can that help other countries that are still stuck in conflict?
Yes, thanks very much, Thomas, and thanks to all the speakers so far. A very broad-ranging contribution from everyone. I was going to say something, or I am going to say something, and I'll try and keep it relatively short because I know we're very late now in the day. There's one more speaker to come. Is there anything that can be learned from the Irish conflict, just specifically the Irish conflict and the Irish peace process, that you could relate back to possibly the Ukraine conflict? Is there anything? And there probably isn't very much, because I just wanted to quote Tolstoy, and he was talking about unhappy families, and every unhappy family is unhappy in its own unique way. And I think a lot of every conflict has so much unique issues, unique on the surface, but fundamentally there's probably a lot of comparisons that could be usefully made between the slow peace process in Ireland. And I mean, the peace process started while there was still conflict. That's an important thing. We didn't wait till, we say, people stopped killing each other. And that was a very hard hurdle to get over, to start while people are killing each other to try and talk about peace. And that's a big issue. But just before, very briefly, I wanted to go back to two things. One was Dr. Gandhi, and he brought up that Seville statement on violence. And on a global level, we haven't been doing very well from a peace point of view, but we have established the United Nations. And within the United Nations, they established UNESCO. And the mandate of UNESCO and the mandate of the United Nations was to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. And they haven't done it very well, possibly, but within that, UNESCO specifically had their mandate was, and their logic was this: since wars began, it's the quote that Dr. Gandhi used, since wars begin in the minds of men, it is in the minds of men that peace must be constructed. And that was in 1946 or 47, that statement. And then they went to Seville in 1980, so I'm not sure what year it was, and they brought out the Seville statement on violence. And it was a very good statement. I mean, I had it from my students over the years, that we are not enslaved to aggression as a species. But my problem was with that Seville statement, and we made a contribution from Ireland, some of the peace. Wars don't begin in the minds of men. And that's a very fundamental problem. Wars begin in the hearts and the spirits, and wars are fought in the minds of men. There's no question about how we fight. If we fight wars logically, and we reason and rationalize them logically, but where it begins is much deeper than logic. Somewhere in, and that's a very important issue when you're trying to deal with conflict or resolve a conflict. You can't be, it's not all rational approaches that will appeal to people in conflict, because and I mean, it's the same as the last speaker there, that ideas that he has, it's definitely much deeper. I mean, this war in Ukraine is just another standard war. I mean, there's nothing different about that war than any other war, basically. The same elements are there for us. And I just wanted to say that my interpretation is there's at least 3 wars going on in Ukraine at the moment. Now, every conflict will have that. In Ukraine, you had the civil war between the Russian, and again, in Ireland, part of the issue is how do you identify who's in conflict with who? And the actual identification is part of the conflict, because we say Protestants were against a united Ireland, but the Unionists were against united Ireland. But some Protestants were, some Unionists, you know, that sort of thing. So in Ukraine, we just basically, I'd say, Russian-speaking Ukrainians were in a civil war situation over 14 years with non-Russian speaking. The second part of it was, of course, the invasion by Russia, which was a crime in international law, as Thomas has said. But the third part, again, in every conflict, are the people on the outside who are manipulating the conflict for their own benefits. And definitely there's a proxy war. So the third war, first war is a civil war, second war is a war of invasion and defense against invasion. And the third war is a proxy war made by NATO to get at Russia, or made by Russia to get at NATO, whichever way. But in the same, if we were looking in the Irish conflict, because the proxy element of our conflict was very, very small. Most of the outside people were trying to contribute to reduce the conflict, not to actually increase it. And that's probably one of the key factors from that isn't available at the moment anyway in Ukraine. The proxy people in the proxy war, which may lead to a third world war if we're unlucky, is steaming ahead because for whatever various reasons. Just 2 or 3 things from the Irish conflict that I wanted to, that might be of interest. Before the peace process could start to inch its way forward in the Irish conflict, we had to make one move. It was a move away from the binary logic that one side was doing the wrong thing and one was in the wrong and one was in the right. And that goes right back to Bertrand Russell, the First World War. And he said, just because, and this is logical autonomousm, or whatever he called it, just because one side is right, it doesn't make the other side wrong, or doesn't make the other side right. In every conflict, there could be 2 sides who are both wrong, 2 sides who are both right, or both, a combination of both. You will never get a conflict. I don't think you can ever get a conflict where 95% of one side is right and 5% is wrong. It's much more 60-40, 55-45 in most conflicts. And if we can't move away from that binary logic of identifying, and it's very attractive, and in most European cultures, that we want an enemy and we want a victim, and we want the opposite to the enemy then is some sort of hero victim, and it fits into a lot of our conflict analysis of Ukraine. I don't want to go into the ins and outs of that, but the victimizer, definitely the Russian invasion was a breach of international law and all that sort of thing. But the conflict was there before that, and the people outside, the proxies, are making the conflict worse. So I mean, that didn't happen in the Irish conflict. We were lucky in a way. I mean, there was the traditional, the normal things in most conflicts. There was the division between two different ethnic, cultural, religious, language groups. And they had historical grievances, and we could actually go back to 100 years. Here in Ireland, from the nationalist point of view, we used the famine, the Great Irish Famine of 1860s or 1840s, where 1 million Irish people were let starve to death, and the British did everything to make sure they did starve to death, according to some of our interpretation. That sort of cultural bitterness that's passed down from generations, unfortunately. I'm not sure how we'd get around it in any conflict situation. I'm not sure what other lesson we could learn from the Irish conflict or the Irish peace process, only that it does take an awful lot of time. I mean, peace is just not achieved overnight after or during a conflict or after a conflict. I mean, that's really what I'm going. I mean, I just don't want to open it out too much more, so I'm just going to leave it at that as my contribution, because I've listened to a lot of contributions there today, and I'm really interested to go back over some of them and think about them in relation to how we might proceed in what's called a world beyond war, because that's an organization, a peace organization involved in the world beyond war. And it means that I'm already against the next war. I was against the last war, and I'm against this war, whichever war it is. But anyway, that's my contribution. So thanks very much, Thomas.
Thank you very much, Sean. Let me just add an addendum, because Sean and I have known each other for 20 years and more. I didn't properly introduce Sean at the beginning, so I'm just going to introduce him now and get him to say a bit more about his work. So Sean worked for the Free University of Ireland in Dublin. I have a young volunteer here at the moment from Dublin, who's a student at Trinity College doing classics, by the way. And you know, Irish intellectuals are quite deep people. And I think, I mean, I put to you that one of the things you left out is the role of the artist, the intellectual, the writer, the poet, which goes all the way back to the old bards of Ireland. You know, I got interested in Ireland because of my contacts with the Druid community. And I studied and researched the Druids. I went to Tara. I learned there'd been Druid intellectuals in Ireland before the English even arrived in England. Highly sophisticated people who memorized their gods, their wisdom traditions. And they had within their circle indigenous peacemaking ceremonies, like we were told earlier by Shreya Shankar. So the indigenous culture of Ireland, I discovered the Druids were people of total nonviolence, like the Jains. They were like the Jains of the Celtic world, be it in Ireland or Wales or Scotland or Britain. And that's what led me to really rethink the Irish conflict. How can we reactivate that love of nonviolence? You see, because the Druids then later, when they heard of Christ, St. Patrick brought the knowledge of Christ over to them. They said, fantastic, Christ's a Druid. We love him. He's our arch-Druid. And they became Druid Christians, you know, and the whole Irish intellectual movement then spread throughout Europe. Where I am, the monasteries were often founded by wandering Irish scholars. So I see in Ireland a kind of light going back to the peace traditions of the Druids and the early Christians that we've fallen away from. And although I was brought up in Britain to speak English, to go to British schools, English schools, we never learned anything about Irish history, not a single thing. We were taught the Irish were semi-barbarous and that, you know, the British Empire was righteous to conquer the Irish. We were bringing enlightenment to the Irish, just as we did to India. That was the geopsychology of the British education system. You couldn't study Irish history. You couldn't do a GCSE in Irish Gaelic. You couldn't do an A-level. And when I went to Ireland, and it was like coming home because I also have part Irish ancestry. And I could see British culture from an Irish perspective. To me, it was like a light went off. It was like, hang on, the enemy isn't the enemy. The enemy is us British people. Do you know what I mean? And I had to deprogram from that cultural arrogance that can justify colonialism and conquest because we were more enlightened. So to me, and what Sean and I did was we set up a thing called the Truth and Reconciliation Commission for Britain and Ireland. And we, you know, it was only trying to bring people together to talk. And because Sean was working at the Free University of Ireland as a peace studies lecturer, he was, you know, working with people that were interested in peace from an Irish perspective. I think that work is really important and we've got to continue it because with Brexit, the whole Good Friday Agreement has been threatened. The other thing we should learn from Ireland, surely, is how precious peace is. Wouldn't it be amazing? You see, these Tories are so ignorant with their Brexit, the whole thing could kick off again. So would you like to tell us more about your work in peace studies over the years? And, you know, that I think is something, I don't know if there's any peace studies going on in Russia or Ukraine. There ought to be.
Yes. Yeah, I just that tradition that you were talking about, I think it probably has survived down the tradition almost pre-Christian in Ireland. And there's a very strong tradition, cultural tradition in Ireland of neutrality, to try and stay out of other people's wars. Now, maybe that was because of our history of colonial, we were on the wrong end of colonial exploitation, but that's still there. Anytime there's a survey done, 70–80% of Irish people say, we want to stay neutral. We as a small country, only a small country, but that's the problem now is with Ukraine in particular and the frenzy, the media frenzy surrounding that war on social media. A lot of pressure is coming on the Irish politicians to say, well, we can't be neutral in that conflict because it's a conflict of good against evil. So how could you be neutral there? That is a big issue at the moment raging in Ireland, and we're trying to, the peace people in Ireland are trying to stand against that and say, yes, to a certain extent, if you take the invasion of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we shouldn't be neutral against that, of course. We should criticize it and say that it's illegal. But you can't get, if you get then and say, what about the conflict in Donbass? Is it, you know, that civil war, how do we get involved, or what side do we take in that? It's very hard. We're trying to say, the peace people are trying to say we should be neutral. There must be some ways of being neutral, even in the most fundamental type conflicts. Although, I mean, that opens the whole different approach. Just in relation to the Irish, you know, I mean, it was a very slow process. The Peace Centre for Reconciliation that I was involved in, and partly funded by the government, did bring the protagonists together on numerous occasions from both sides and from the same side. And it's very, peace building is very slow when people have historical grievances, have blood on the streets of your country, of your cities. It's very hard to talk to people about peace then, because all they want is victory. They want peace, but they want victory. They want make sure that their side wins. And I mean, I don't know, there's a lot of lessons can be learned from that, and I'm not sure how well we're learning them as a species. And again, going back to the Seville statement, we are a very violent species at one level, and we have constructed very violent institutions, or very, you know, and maybe I was hoping that our generation, the post-nuclear generation, would be able to, maybe the first generation to reject that in some way. But I'm not sure if we're drifting, if we're going in the right direction at all at the moment, particularly in relation to that conflict in Ukraine is a very good example that a lot of, if the European countries who should have learned so much about conflict over the last 100 years, then get so involved on one side so quickly. And you can see the attractions why they've done it. But I mean, there's nobody within the European Union now, no country, no major politician who can talk. Really, there isn't. I mean, maybe Macron, but can talk to the Russians, because once you take your stand and you're being very critical of the evil of the other side, and it's very hard to talk to someone like that. I mean, that was the lesson. One of the lessons we had to learn in Ireland was we had to move beyond that binary logic of saying who's right and who's wrong in the conflict, because the conflict, it was a bitter conflict going back generations, and both sides had very good reasons to hate the other side because of various killings here and there, and continuous killings and massacres on small scales in Ireland compared to some of what happened in Ukraine. But there was bitter history here, and the people believed their side was right from both sides. And I mean, that's a problem. Thomas, so that, yeah.
No, thank you. That's, I mean, another point I'd make in response to that, the question of neutrality. I mean, the World Intellectual Forum wants to be, as it were, neutral in these conflicts, but we interpret neutrality as not taking sides, but rather taking both sides simultaneously. So we've issued a declaration over the Ukraine war, which most colleagues here have probably seen. Some of us have signed it. And we call for co-neutrality and non-violence between NATO and Russia and Ukraine, so that everybody should be neutral, because of course Russia's using neutrality as an assault weapon on Ukraine. It's like, we'll stop invading you if you declare neutrality. You know, that's what a bully says in the playground. I mean, no, and I want to go back to Dr. Gandhi's input at the beginning on the Jains. What I learned from the Jains when I went to meet them, you know, as a Druid peace worker, they reminded me of something really important. The Jain concept of Anikant Vada, which I was taught by Acharya Tulsi and then Mahapragya, who were the teachers of Dr. S.L. Gandhi. This concept of Anikant Vada means like benevolent neutrality in any conflict, because you see things from every perspective. Anikant Vada means there's no one truth. There's a multiple of perspectives, like a diamond has a multiple of facets. So every conflict anywhere in the history of the world has had multiple perspectives. Everybody's right simultaneously and everybody's a bit wrong. You know, that's the starting point for the Jains. But they go further. They say, because you see things from everybody's perspective, that forces you to be non-violent, because violence cannot solve that problem. It's like a squabble, like a scrum in rugby, and if you just hack at it, you don't know whose leg you're going to cut off. So you have to be non-violent, right? But you have to go further. Neutrality isn't the end. The Jains say you have to go on to enlightenment, which they call Kaivalya Jnana, which means seeing things in a complete, holistic, joined up way, recognizing there's multiple perspectives and everything's partly true. If you follow that path, and Jain means victorious, it's the path of victory. You reach victory over your own ignorance, where you've been full of bias or hatred or jealousy or all the negative emotions we feel in life because we're partial. You go to a place of benevolent neutrality and you come out at enlightenment. Now that's the Jain solution. And I think embedded in the Druid traditions of Ireland and Wales and so on, was the same teaching. And that's the sort of metaphysics of how we get peace. But, you know, can we talk to Putin? Yes, if you're coming from that perspective, I'd be very happy to have a talk with Putin and Zelensky. And, you know, Putin likes philosophy. He reads the wrong philosophers. He reads Ivan Ilyin, who was a fascist white Russian, and he reads funny philosophers, you know, but at least he's interested in ideas. I'd love to have a 3-hour chat with Putin and set him right. He knows nothing about Ukrainian history from their perspective. He sees everything from the Russian-only perspective, which becomes a huge sort of ego thing. So I think that with, you know, what I call applied enlightenment, we could diffuse these conflicts. And that's my sort of prayer. I mean, we did it in Ireland. You know, the problem is, of course, and this is the problem, how do you, and that's what I asked Dr. Gandhi, you know, if you had a bunch of Jain enlightened people, how do you go and talk to the Russian convoy of tanks? What do? Do you just let them run you over? I mean, how can you apply nonviolence in the face of that sort of ignorant, egotistic violence that wants to destroy you and defeat you, you know? Fortunately, I don't know how it happened. We got round it in Ireland in a miracle. But what's tragic for me is that these Slavs and Ukrainians and Russians, they're all the same people. Like you said, it's a family quarrel, and they're the worst. Gevork, you have a question to ask Sean. Go for it.
Yes, I have a remark only. I think that in every conflict, there could be find the right and the single solution. I don't think that there can be two truths. Truth and justice, in my opinion, is one. There cannot be two truths. It's of course it's difficult for us to research and find the truth in all these conflicts. But I'm sure, this is my opinion, that there cannot be two truths in all conflicts. That's that I wanted to say.
Thank you. Sean, would you like to answer that? Do you agree with Gevork?
Sorry, Thomas, did you ask me?
Yeah. Do you agree that there can only be one truth?
No, I think we really hit the nail on the head here in relation to conflicts, violent conflicts in particular, because what we're talking about, I mean, conflict will always be there. It's our try to develop our ability to deal with conflict by peaceful means rather than by killing each other. I mean, that's basically, I don't agree with, but I think it's a central issue you've brought up, you know, that who owns the truth? Who decides what the truth is? In a lot of conflicts, both sides really believe they have the truth. Now, you know, and as an outside, we say, as a neutral looking in to a conflict, you might say that side looks like it has the truth, or looks more like that it has more of the truth than the other side. But it's a central issue, and I think it's one, if we could get to some sort of answer to that question, we'll probably be halfway to resolving our conflict, the violence of conflict, as you know, as a civilization. So it is an important issue that most people can see that there may be truth on both sides of a conflict. That it's very strong if you're in a conflict to see that you are right and the other side is wrong, and that's why you can justify yourself in killing somebody, or you can rationalize it, you can normalize it, as we do in the war system. That's what we do. Like it's a key debate that's going on. So thanks for bringing it up.
Yeah, thank you. I would just like to also just make an observation before we have our last speaker, George Mutalemwa from Africa, is going to be sharing the last thoughts on the metaphysics of peace. I just want to say metaphysically to Gevork in theological terms, because there's a paradox at the heart of Christian theology. There's the truth of the Father in the concept of the Trinity. I would say the route to peace in Christian theological terms is in the concept of the Trinity. There's the truth of the Father, there's the truth of the Son, and they're different. And then there's the truth of the Holy Spirit, which is a third truth. So you could say in Christianity, there are three coexisting, paradoxically different truths. If you could interview any one of those three persons, as they're called, you'd get a different truth. If you said to them, what's the origin and purpose of the world? The Holy Spirit would say one thing, the Father the other, and the Son another. However, Christian theology also affirms that they're all one truth. These three persons, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, are one thing. And yes, there's only one truth, but it has three forms, three presentations. I think what those early Christians were doing when they came up with this concept of the Trinity, which by the way was a Druid concept they took from the Celts. We always thought in threes. And the early theologians were very influenced in Gaul by some great theologians that talked about the Trinity. It's about this paradoxical coexistence of many levels of reality. That's what's embedded in this secret thing. And I think, I'd love to organize a seminar in the Vatican, invite the Orthodox theologians, the Armenians, all the other types of Christians, the Protestants, and so on, and discuss peacemaking in Ukraine in the light of the paradox of the Trinity. Let's get them talking metaphysics instead of shooting each other. It's ridiculous. Anyway, that's just my comment to your very important point about truth. Because that's what we did in Ireland. I went to peace studies events with Protestants and Catholics talking the theology of peace. And it's much more fun than blowing each other up, and they can coexist. Anyway, George, we're now coming to you for our final speaker of the day. Luca, do you have a quick point before we move?
Yeah, very quick. And
okay.
Thomas, if we add the word human in front of a truth, and what about if we start to call the truth only the common denominators, because they have not to be debatable. At the moment, we have two different opinions. It's not anymore a human truth, it's an opinion. So why not to call truth with the upper T? Only the common human denominators. This would help a lot in every context. That's it.
No, I love it. Thank you. And Luca's joining us from Greece, the homeland of Socrates. His method to get to truth was called dialectic. And he said we have to start from not knowing. If we come to the meeting, the symposium, and we know everything, we're never going to learn anything. Truth comes where we share our perplexity. So Socrates, is the mastermind of truth seeking. Right, George, over to you. You're talking about the metaphysics of global governance and African perspective. Please enlighten us and tell us a bit about your work to introduce yourself.
Thank you very much indeed, Thomas, for inviting me. And I thank everybody else also for your time to discuss this very important question of peace building in the world. And I'll be speaking about, peace in the world, particularly, of course, making reference to Ukraine, but from an African perspective, for my own analysis. And this is what I call the metaphysics of global governance. and I will talk about issues, particularly something I term the me first syndrome. And because of the power problems here, I might have to turn off my video, but I hope you'll still be able to follow me. Thank you very much for your understanding. So the ongoing conflict in Ukraine marks of the me first syndrome, which threatens the new world order. The me first mentality is essentially egoism, which claims I, and the rest can die, and gives rise to discrimination if not grounded in it. It is this kind of discrimination that downplays the role of Africa in peace building in the world, and particularly now in Ukraine. Africa may not have the military power or economic sanctions to stop Putin or advise Zelensky. However, it has the wisdom to make the world reflect on itself and its role for a peaceful coexistence. Of course, the African approach to peace building, Ubuntu, is not the only viable approach. It should be analyzed alongside other approaches, such as Satyagraha, but should not be sidelined merely because it comes from Africa. The first president of Tanzania, Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, cautioned Tanzanians against the sin that is discrimination. He was then making reference to Tanzanians who are discriminating or tending to discriminate against fellow Tanzanians on the basis of their geographical location, whether Tanzania mainland or Zanzibar. He warned that once there is a breakup between the parts that constitute the United Republic of Tanzania, the Zanzibaris will start discriminating against each other, particularly between the inhabitants of Unguja, the larger island of Zanzibar, and Pemba, the smaller island. Indeed, the people from Unguja would also notice differences amongst themselves, and they will turn against each other on the basis of their ethnic origin. Some would think they are more Zanzibari than the rest. The same would apply to those in Pemba. And that would not be the end of discrimination, but the launch of a ripple effect of violence and fragmentation ad infinitum. Similarly, mainland Tanzania, after keeping the Zanzibaris away, would soon realize the ethnic differences between and amongst themselves. Some would claim to be indigenous or original inhabitants, and others as newcomers, if not foreigners, aliens, or intruders. Ethnic violence would rule the day. That would be the beginning of the end of both Tanzania and Zanzibar. Actually, the Zan in Tanzania is affixed from Zanzibar. So Tanzania cannot exist without Zanzibar and retain the same meaning of Tanzania. With this anecdote from Nyerere, this presentation argues that the root cause of violent conflicts witnessed around the world is egoism. That makes one person, a group, a nation, or a group of nations claim that they have the inherent right to rule or dominate others. The justification for domination seems to be that the dominated do not have equal rights to self-determination or any other universal human rights, as prescribed in the UN and the African Charter. It's me first, others second, if not last. The me first syndrome worsens when orchestrated by the powers that be, because the impact is even more powerful. Egoism wants everything good for itself and often wishes the opposite for the rest. That's when the world cannot rest. The world witnessed this appalling atrocity during slavery, slave trade, colonialism, and during the First and Second World Wars. This is what the world has experienced under global terrorism nowadays. The powers that be have continued imposing a heavy hand on the less powerful in society, children, women, and men. In various countries, opposition parties and civil society organizations have also succumbed in various countries to this heavy-handedness. From Trump's first slogan to Zelensky's Ukraine first, Putin's Russia's first, to other firsts, one wonders what firstism really means and whether it does not smack of egoism and its agent and manifestation, which is discrimination. Certainly, charity begins at home, and every president must consider the well-being of the nation one leads, over which one rules. However, this does not mean that one must turn a blind eye to the rest of the nations. Otherwise, this might be myopic. Serving self-interest or the interests of the inner cycle at the expense of the rest is not a good sign of good leadership. A few examples might help to clarify this argument. Great leaders such as Mandela and Tutu in South Africa never settled with the emancipation of one group of victims at the hand of apartheid. They went all the way to embrace and accommodate the group of aggressors and strove to reconcile the two. Indeed, Tanzania's Nyerere equally demonstrated the concern for other countries. He used to argue that the independence of Tanganyika, now Tanzania, would be meaningless unless complemented by the independence of neighboring countries. The support he rendered the countries in Southern Africa towards the independence is a living testimony of self-leadership. It is interesting to highlight that Tanzania got her independence through non-violent means. Nyerere even campaigned for the so-called United States of Africa because he was a staunch believer of the African unity. He shared this philosophy with another great leader, Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah. However, there was a difference in approach to this unity between these two leaders. Nyerere opted for gradualism, while Nkrumah opted for fast tracking. Gradualism means that a few neighboring countries will start uniting as seen in regional blocs, such as the East African Community and the West Africa ECOWAS. Gradually, the whole of Africa would be united. Fast tracking means an immediate formation of the United States of Africa, or probably should say the United Federation of Africa, to make it different from the States of America. The establishment of the Organization for African Unity, and now the African Union, various economic and political groupings are pointers to this unity. In fact, the formation of the group of 77 countries, including Tanzania, the G77, was the implementation of a unity at a transcontinental level. This talk today argues that this kind of unity is crucial for global peace. However, it should go beyond utopianism. It entails visionary leaders who see the value of cooperation rather than competition, those who see the value of peace rather than violence in war. Leadership here is vitally important. And global peace depends on the kind of leaders of government and state that really focus on people's needs. The other argument is that the me first syndrome determines the kind of leadership or leader's temperament. There are different types of leaders. In this presentation, types of leaders are classified into two for the sake of simplification. There are strong leaders and weak ones as two parts of a continuum. There are shades of strong leaders and shades of weak ones, as well as those in between. Strong ones are those people-centered leaders who want to leave a positive mark and are seen to do so through a sound process of coming to office, but also provide good outcome, namely sustainable peace and sustainable development. Weak ones are mediocre, if not dictatorial. Working in the interest of one's country seems to be the motive that runs through the lips of all leaders. For example, Trump's successor, Joe Biden, has the interest of his country at heart. He's keen on NATO to further this interest. This interest is not only limited to the NATO zone, but to other zones that are strategically poised to maintain or further America's interests. Indeed, it should not be concluded that the US and Europe always work for common interests. Klaus Lares has written a book, The Uneven States, I think. Anyway, no wonder Biden is seen to assume the leadership role in the Ukraine-Russia conflict, leveraging on America's influence in NATO. One might contend that Biden is acting on philanthropic motives. However, philanthropy and national interests should not be conflated, even if the two are not mutually exclusive. Putin, on the other hand, while attempting to promote Russia's interests and perhaps the hegemony of the former Soviet Union, is wary of the presence of the mighty America and its NATO allies at Russia's doorstep, namely Ukraine. Is it not ironical that America is trying to do in Ukraine what Russia attempted to do in Cuba, which is geographically close to America? In the Russia-Cuba case, America ordered Russia to quit Cuba. The argument was that Russia's presence in Cuba, both socialist countries, would be a threat to capitalist America. The Soviet Union was then a superpower. It left Cuba and then later lost its influence of the USSR. Putin seems to argue that what is sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander, or you scratch my back, I scratch yours. It may well be argued that a smaller America is better for Russia. Conversely, a bigger America is a threat to Russia, and vice versa. The bottom line is that each country is doing whatever it takes to consolidate its geopolitical influence. And the quest to extend this influence is insatiable ad infinitum. This is the kernel of the me-first syndrome and the sublime recipe for a new world disorder. While Russia is not a superpower in its own right, the cold relations between the US and China seem to make Russia tilt towards China for strategic reasons. The cooperation between these two neighbors may create a superpower to reckon with. Both have a bone to pick with the US. This brings us to the third argument, namely the fallacy of polarity. Ukraine is sandwiched between Russia and America-led NATO. The atrocity in Ukraine is a living testimony to the Swahili saying, we speak Swahili in Tanzania and most parts of East Africa. When elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers. Elephants are fighting. The grass, these are the people, common, innocent people who suffer. The conflict, special military operations, or war in Ukraine is unprecedented and the suffering is untold. This comes at a time when political analysts and peace researchers had ruled out the possibility of war. For example, Spiegel would say, war was yesterday, we can make peace. Indeed, making peace is possible, but living in the past is probable. Ukraine Zelensky argues that Ukraine is a sovereign, independent state. It has a distinct population, culture, and a lawful geographical position unique to itself. Such qualities are predicted to other states all over the world and should be protected by international law. he and fellow Ukrainians have an inalienable right to existence, self-governance, and self-determination, and therefore its invasion is a war crime. Thus, Ukraine claims the inalienable right to self-defense. The other superpower that cannot be ignored is Europe, particularly the European Union, which is cushioned by NATO. In this presentation, I argue that Europe cannot sit on the fence. Both Russia and Ukraine are in Europe, even if they are neither EU nor NATO members. Europe, including the UK, is supporting Ukraine and therefore supporting America, and by the very fact, antagonizing Russia. So, what is unclear, of course, is really what is the real cause of this problem that scholars have been able to identify and defend, or prove and defend. The cooperation between superpowers gives enormous strength to the superpowers concerned, but also is a bigger threat to other superpowers. While collaborating with the United States, Europe should maintain its autonomy. Europe is a force to be reckoned with. It is not a small country to be dictated upon. The EU and America are not the only superpowers, and I think this is also an important issue. The other emerging superpower is that of the BRICS: Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. This is unique because member states are geographically dispersed and culturally diverse. However, this diversity is not a setback in a borderless, globalizing world today. The united voice of the BRICS cannot be ignored if raised in unison. It should go beyond a nice feeling of transcontinental economic partnership and overlook the politics which drive the economies. They are singularly positioned to transform the world that is beginning to get polarized through the me-fascism, and move towards what Immanuel Kant refers to as a universal democracy, an international cooperation. Gone are the days when there was one superpower. That is, as Huntington puts it, the West against the rest approach. The days are numbered when the world must pay allegiance to two superpowers, as if only the West and the East exist. Again, when two superpowers fight without a powerful mediator, the grass would suffer, with the ripple effect spreading uncontrollably to the rest of the world. The multiplication of self-centered superpowers is a disservice to perpetual global peace and sustainable development. The Middle East and the Arab-speaking world is another force not to be ignored. They have experienced firsthand the heavy hand of misguided power. Examples here include Palestine, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, and Libya. None of these countries benefited from the kind of international solidarity extended to Ukraine today. Hence, they must have long learned to identify the side of the bread that is buttered. If this area is united, the world would witness the rise of yet another superpower. The word of disunited and at times conflictive superpowers begs some philosophical questions. One, why should there be superpowers? And what is the essence of a superpower? And indeed, is their existence necessary? Or is being a superpower linked to the common good of all humanity? In other words, what is the ultimate source and end of a superpower? The other superpower that is worth touching upon is the military-industrial complex, the MIC. This denotes the manufacturers and suppliers of military technology. All the weapons used in wars come from the MIC. The industries do not fight, but they provide the ammunition needed in fighting. In other words, the MIC fights in the background, and without their ammunitions, the impact of wars would be much less catastrophic. They are fueling wars so that they can sell weapons in the name of neoliberal capitalism. The absence of wars slows down their production and therefore their economic might. The fact that they collude with warring nations, they cannot be easily disassociated with the superpowers which buy their weapons and use them. Africa is often regarded as a sleeping giant in international politics and military power. It is riddled with internal conflicts, having a lion's share of all conflicts in the world. It has been a victim of scrambles since the 1884 Berlin Conference and of colonialism long before the conference. The scrambles are orchestrated by the superpowers of the day, whose interest has been the expansion of the colonialist and neo-colonialist sphere of influence through the plunder of natural resources which are abundant in Africa. It should be emphasized that even after all African states, except Western Sahara, gained their political independence, they remained satellites of their former colonial masters, whose tentacles seem to have reached the point of no return. The sheer idea of delinking them, as Samir Amin argues, is an impossible possibility. To compound the situation, new players have joined the scramble, with China topping the list. All these are added to the underdevelopment of Africa, the ignored superpower. Certainly, Africa is not only weakened by external forces. Africa is haunted by a leadership crisis. Africa will rise and shine when leaders have a grand vision for Africa's development. They have to strive to operationalize the vision and learn to listen to the people. People first, farmer first, and all the firsts, and act for the good of the people. It turns out that many African leaders do not conceive development outside donor support. That's a major problem. Tanzania's Nyerere and also Magufuli, the former president of Tanzania, are among African leaders who strongly highlighted this dependency. Many African leaders seem to be conditioned to depend on foreign aid in what they claim is for their country's development. However, the correlation of the amount of aid received and the level of income poverty in society is hard to justify. But aid often has conditionality tied with it. The leader's dependency on foreign aid percolates the entire fabric of the population, whereby the vast majority of the population develops a dependency syndrome on their leaders too, and not only on Europe and of the West. The population becomes an uncritical mass who cannot attempt to criticize their leaders, but to praise them even when they do not actually mean it. They hope to get some share of the donor-funded projects, to secure some appointment or get some promotion. The lack of vision will generate and regenerate a crop of rulers who think, behave, and act like their colonizers. That is when African leaders become white masks in black skins. This is because they will be guided by self-interest, the me-first syndrome, even if this interest leads to suffering on the part of the innocent citizens, as it currently happens in Ukraine or Pakistan and in other violent conflict-ridden areas. As such, the rising African superpower falls apart. Africa is not a superpower in the sense attributed to the superpowers which give aid to Africa. In short, the bait that the superpowers, that the powers that be set to hook the uncritical African rulers come in the form of aid, loans, concessions, contracts, debt forgiveness, promises, and perpetual dependence. The conflict in DR Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, apartheid South Africa, the Rwandan genocide, and the atrocities in Ethiopia currently are some of the pointers to the evil of foreign dependency. The dependence on Ukraine upon American military support cannot be excluded as a cause of the country's conflict with Russia. Since Africa does not have a record of colonizing other countries across oceans and seas, it has a comparative advantage of showing the world that a transcontinental peaceful coexistence is not only possible, but also desirable. The opposite is also true. The self-interest manifested in weak leadership might make Africa attempt to invade and colonize others in retaliation or in furtherance of the me first syndrome. This will be a terrible miscalculation as the one we see destroying Ukraine. In summing up, this presentation develops from a premise that all people are global citizens with equal rights and are interdependent for the common good of all humanity, as well as the good of the environment which nurtures them. It follows that humanity has a common destiny, as it has a common ancestry. Here I may quote theologian Charles Nyamiti. If this is indisputable, then all leaders and nations will seek to promote the common good for the present and future generations. The common good and the me first syndrome are mutually exclusive. The former, so the common good, will prevail, and the me first syndrome will disintegrate. This is because the common good has its origin in being human, Ubuntu, and one cannot go against one's nature. Human existence is intrinsically connected with the being of the other. In other words, the me first syndrome will have no place, and any form of discrimination and injustice will be annihilated. Violence and discrimination will be things of the past because they belong to yesterday, to the old world disorder. The new world order, on the other hand, is the order of cooperation for justice, peace, and prosperity for all, including the voiceless and those assumed to be powerless. It is not a unipolar order, nor a bipolar order that is advanced in this analysis. It is not even a multipolar world, unless each polar listens to the other. It is a polarless world where all people under the same sun regard each other as sisters and brothers with equal rights, deserving respect and dignity, despite all accidental identifiers of race, gender, religion, or political orientation. In the end, what matters is the strength of diversity. Ubuntu transcends all identifiers of discrimination to constitute one people. Africa may not have the political clout to silence the world of superpowers or harness the economic and military power to decide the destiny of nations as the superpowers that be do, but she may influence the new world order through sincere dialogue, quality education, and mutual respect in a selfless manner. It is never too late to mend. It is never too expensive to think, and it is never superfluous to go back to the roots and study Ubuntu, Ujamaa, and Satyagraha and revisit the nature of peace and nonviolence. It is through relearning that the world will be transformed from the me first syndrome to the real people first civilization or culture. The people first philosophy will redound to sustainable peace and development for all. This argument builds on the People's Organizations Development Theory, or PODT. And this theory, which I developed, explains how sustainable peace and sustainable development can be operationalized outside the me first syndrome. This theory corroborates the idea of a universe of history with a cosmopolitan purpose in which Immanuel Kant, expresses his conviction that perpetual peace could be secured through universal democracy and international cooperation. PODT theory is issue-based, briefly, and is people-centered. It shows that confronted with a development challenge or need, individuals seek for solutions through organizing and networking for a better outcome for all. The theory has 4 interrelated stages or steps, namely problem identification, organizing, networking, and transformation. Examples of some of the issues confronting the world today include climate change, COVID-19, and the war in Ukraine. The identification of any of these issues is the first stage in accordance with this theory. To operationalize this theory, this presentation will focus on the war in Ukraine just briefly, because also time isn't the best ally I can see. The war in Ukraine is a global problem to solve. It affects individuals and nations alike, and therefore it requires organizing at the highest level to be able to stop it. Any organization process depends on the values, mission, and vision of those in the organization. Decisions made by any organization depend on the following factors: mutual understanding, agreement, freedom, inclusiveness, and cooperation. When all these factors are met, then the organization can claim to own the process and outcome of the decisions, which in this case is to stop the war. In the war in Ukraine, organizing cannot only be made at the micro, so individual level, or meso, the local country level, but the macro, global levels. Organizing determines key strategic partners and means, fair means, which would deliver on the goal of the organization. This organization could be the United Nations, the international community, of the institutions of global peace builders, such as global peace webinars, or the World Intellectual Forum, whose aim is to construct what Kant refers to as a world citizenship, an international state, civitas gentium, a voluntary federation of nations, a world republic, and a league of peace. Over and above the conflict in Ukraine, global peace should be informed by education. That's why the Association of Catholic Universities and Higher Institutes of Africa and Madagascar has resolved to establish peace studies departments throughout member institutions, which are over 40 in number in Africa. The idea is to groom future peace builders and inculcate the values of peace and nonviolence across Africa. This presentation summarizes this idea by saying that while the resolution to mainstream peace studies is very important as a step, it is not sufficient. Peace studies should be mainstreamed in secondary and primary schools and families, so that children grow up with a sense of peace-loving and non-violence. This is one of the lessons and indeed goals of a series of weekly webinars on global peace studies for sustainable development in Africa, and the publications which I coordinate with colleagues in Europe, Asia, America, and Africa. I think I don't have much time left, so I would like to thank you very much indeed for listening to me. And so thank you again, Thomas, for inviting me.
Thank you.
Thomas, you're muted.
You are muted, Thomas.
Thomas, yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was just thanking George for your excellent presentation. He is the organizer of the Catholic Universities Federation of Africa, and they're very active in trying to get peace studies in every university and college. He also runs a weekly webinar for peace studies experts. You don't have to be in Africa, you can join. So please, get in touch with George, and that was a really brilliant overview of what Africa's done for peace and is continuing to do. And you gave us this precious gift to end our first day's conference on, this concept of, let's call it the metaphysics of unity. And I'm delighted you went to Kant for some of that, because Kant inspired me in my work as a peace philosopher years ago. And I believe there's a place beyond labels. So to me, Kant was a Catholic Protestant, as am I. We have to see the universal within the human being, but also protest against injustice where we find it. So, you know, that reconciliation of Catholic and Protestant, which happened in Ireland, you know, has to happen in Ukraine, Russia. We have to tackle these conflicts at the metaphysical level. And really, these people like Putin, they're our students. We have to think of them as naughty boys that have run away with the school crockery, you know, and just educate them back into being more civilized. So that's a very good note to end on, George. Thank you. Does anyone want any final points to make for today? It's been a rich day. We'll end there. And we're going to have a final, the next session tomorrow, looking at the environment. George, you mentioned the pandemic. We didn't talk about that properly in this session. We didn't discuss whether it's a part of biological warfare. And, you know, if you haven't read the book by Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, called The Real Dr. Fauci, I recommend you read it, because it might be that this pandemic we've been suffering is caused by what Kennedy calls the military medical complex. You know, let's not be naive here. The current state of medicine is war gamed. Anyway, I will be raising that topic in my talk tomorrow, a little bit. And I hope to see you there. So come back. We've got Homi Gandhi talking from the Zoroastrian perspective and many others. Luca, do you have a final point?
Yes, one sentence. It's an invitation, an appeal actually, because communication between the diversity, as in our environment, which is the domain of human being, biodiversity, something we are destroying. It's fundamental, and as fundamental is understanding the importance of common denominator, because the counterpoint between diversity happens if we build through common denominator, finding a solution suitable for diversity. That's it.
That's a good thought to end on. Yeah. Okay, so thank you, and blessings to everyone. Have a great, you know, rest of the day, and I'll see you tomorrow if you can make it back.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, shalom.
Shalom.
Pax. Mir.